Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for our Minimoto Novice and Pee-wee 50 as they make their way out onto the circuit. Our youngsters, our future in motorsport. And I promise you, the true petrol heads as they run around, they're going to be lining themselves up. So, taking a look at the championship. So let's go from the novice. Third place is Chris Tollitz. He's currently doing his first race, so good to see him out. And a debut race here at Formula K for round number 3. Then we got Tanner Oosthuizen in second place. First is Tebo Mafakate. For our Pee-wee 50s, Declan Skuman is in second place. Monitz Otten in first for the championship. Now let's actually take a look for our riders. It's going to be Monitz Otten in first place, Tanner Oosthuizen in second, Xander De Toy also making his debut run. Declan Skuman, Chris Tollitz, and Tebo Mafakate rounding out the field. So good to see some new faces jumping in to have a bit of fun here at Formula K for round number 3 of our SA Short Circuit Series. They're going to be going on the short circuit. All being called off now, and it's all eyes on the front. Monitz Otten hoping to get a little bit more of a jump, with Tanner Oosthuizen going to keep the pressure on him. And Xander De Toy going and putting in some impressive times, looking to take the fight to the front. And away they go, and it does look like Otten off to a great start. Tanner Oosthuizen losing out a bit of drive, and that's allowed Xander to go up on the inside line as they make their way into turn 2. 3 abreast, even little Mafakate, or Tebo Mafakate, doing everything he can to go and get involved into the fight. But Monitz Otten off to a great start, now trying to power away from our young riders. And it's going to be an all-out charge as they claw their way up through the hill. Here at Formula K, we can have 6 different variations of the circuit at any time, and our riders are having to really battle out, especially these Minimoto Novice and Pee-wee 50s. They've got to utilize everything they got. They haven't got a huge amount of horsepower, and they're going to have to try and figure out what's going to work out for them as they make their way through the double apex and back onto the power. It does look like Kur's trying to get a little bit closer as he battles their way through into the double right-hander. Monitz Otten keeping it all together. Second place, trying to close down and utilize as much of a toe as possible. But it does look like us doing everything he can. Is down into third place. Tanner Oosthuizen really focusing on the charge. 1.7 seconds away as Monitz Otten getting a fantastic run. Now doing everything he can to get away from the field as quick as possible. Tanner Oosthuizen in second place, Xander De Toy, Chris Tollitz in fourth place, Declan Skuman, and it does look like Tebo Mafakate didn't actually make the start, so Tebo Mafakate is out for this one. I wonder what on earth happened that he did not start, but I'm sure that they'll get the bike up and going. Mr. Mafakate is a through-and-through petrol head, and his youngsters absolutely love being out on the circuit. So they'll be chomping at the bit to get the bikes up and going. Tanner Oosthuizen trying to make his way through a little bit slower up at the top of the hill here, trying to make as much of a drive as possible as they battle their way through. Monitz Otten managing to just open up the gap a little bit more, but Tanner trying to get a little bit more pace through the corners and carry a little bit more momentum. Monitz Otten actually bettering his lap time, doing a 1:9.6, which is his fastest lap time. Tanner Oosthuizen down to a 1:11.9, trying to chase down Xander De Toy in third place, also trying to improve, doing a 1:14.3, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And Chris Tollitz doing a 1:16.8, followed by Declan Skuman. Remember, they try to maximize points, and it's a great showing from both Kuris and Xander De Toy on their run. Declan Skuman at the moment trying to maximize as many points as possible. He's a little bit further down the field than planned. Monitz Otten currently leading his championship, hoping to just take open a big bag of points by the end of the race. This is a 6-lap race, so it's all on for a charge. And these youngsters are pushing the boundaries. And I say they are the future of riding here in SA and internationally. I wouldn't be surprised. These names that we've got right in front of us, expect to see them in MotoGP. That is for certain, as all our riders battle their way around the circuit. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here for the SA Short Circuit Series round number 3. Please make sure that you go and follow all our social media. Share the links with your family and friends. Let's get to the guys taking a look at some amazing racing action. And if you're out here in Benoni or heading in the way of Benoni, or you're deciding that you want to go and get a day out, why not head to Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series and come rub shoulders with a couple of celebrities. We'll see if we can have a chat with them a little bit later on today. It is not to be missed here at Formula K, and with some amazing action currently out on circuit with our youngsters really pushing the boundaries. And taking a look, Moritz Otten trying to better his lap time, Turner Oosthuizen and trying to chase him down. And Xander de Toy in a third place, hoping to close down the gap a little bit more.
What? I don't know what. Like the last time we were falling over the red helmet, right? Which is fucking this.
As our riders make their way around the circuit, everyone trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Really trying to get a little bit more power down and focus on the momentum. And this is what the Mini Moto Novice and Pee Wee 50 is for. So if you've got a youngster that wants to get into riding, this is where they need to start. Teaches you the core fundamentals of keeping your line going and finding the optimum line, keeping momentum through the corners, not to brake too hard, not to accelerate out of the blue and get yourself unstable. So it's all about teaching the fundamentals to young riders, keeping them both safe on and off the road. And when they get a little bit older, these are the skills they're going to utilize when they move into the SM1s and SM1S. But also, if they get out on the road with the cars, once they get their licenses, they will also utilize the skills learned now at a very, very young age. And to take my hat off to these incredible riders currently on circuit, you're looking, Moritz Otten is roughly, I think, about 4 or 5 years old that he's going and having a bit of fun. These youngsters are giving it everything they got and putting their bodies on the line, all for the glory at the end of the year to be called champion. And it does look like we're heading on to our last lap. And Moritz Otten currently in first place, trying to carry that momentum through. Tanner Oosthuizen in second, Xander de Toy. And it does look like checkered flag comes out for Moritz Otten. Second place, Tanner Oosthuizen trying to keep ahead of Xander de Toy. Xander doing everything he can to try and close down, getting a little bit unsteady as he makes his way through, going out a little bit too wide. But it does look like Tanner's got the drive to maintain second place. Xander de Toy is going to be finishing up in a very, very respectable third place. And for a debut run, that is not bad at all. Kiristellis in fourth place, and fifth will be Declan Skuman, with unfortunately Tebo Mofikate not starting this race. He's going to be on the back foot heading into our next heat. Hopefully they can get him all sorted out. Next up is going to be our SM2s, our hooligans in training, and I promise you, every single one of those riders are chomping at the bit to move their way up to SM1 and SM1S, but also looking to maximize as many points for the championship. And well, who doesn't want to be first across the line for the SA Short Circuit Series here at Formula K for round number 3.
Yo. Yo, G-Man. I don't know, y'all are looking for me. No, but like the tripod's not loose. It's like that's why everything's sticky because it's everything's as loose as it can be and it's still not fucking loose, you know. I'm busy.
While as our SM2s make their way around the circuit, you can see a beautiful shot. This is at the top of the hill. That first corner into a double right-hander. All the guys are going to be lining up. And let's take a look through the field. Ruben Vetterman will be starting in first place. Diego DePont in second. Matthew Schultz in third. Lewin Vetterman in fourth place. Going to be looking to chase down his brother. Followed by Troy Tonking, Trevin Linder, and Luca Caponico, who unfortunately had a crash a little bit earlier on in qualifying. I think will be going and not joining in for this race. Sean Peterson, Tom Munnitz, Sebastiano Diagro, who we saw out in Clubman's, Carl Hickerman, Stefan Grand Mason, and Jamil Dyer riding out the field here at Formula K for the SM2s. Heat number 1. All is going to be on the charge as we're waiting for our riders to line up. Slight tyre pressure changes being done by our pit crews just to make sure that all the riders have the optimum tyres. Well, tyre pressures as they're going to be diving into turn 1. Turn 2 is going to be tricky, being very, very tight, and our hooligans in training have it all on the line, looking to be promoted into our SM1s. And away they go. It does look like Ruben's off to an absolutely flying start at the moment. Getting Diego DePont trying to chase him down as they make their way through turn 2. Back onto the gas, up the hill, making their way into turn 3. Hard on to the corners now. They're going to wind their way through. This is where it becomes a little bit tricky for all the riders. They have to keep it all in check. Lewin Vetterman also moving up into second place. So Lewin having a fantastic run. Now looking to get a little bit closer to his brother just ahead as they carry the momentum through. Lewin starting to feel a little bit of pressure behind him. And I think that is Matthew Schultz that's behind him. Double check once they come by. And we've got one rider down. And Marshall's quickly going to assist, taking a look, just trying to see who it is that went down. he's all okay. Trying to get that bike started is going to be a little bit of a difficult run. So 21 on the side. What I can see up here in my commentary position. It's back out on circuit. So to get. So try and take a look at how it's comes. 33. Down, that might have been Jamil Dyer. No, that's Stefan Graham Mason actually. So 2-1-3. I do apologise. Stefan Graham Mason currently trying to get himself back up and going. Ruben Vetterman up into first place, second place. Lewin Vetterman and Diego Dupont going side by side with each other. Lewin trying to go up on the inside. Diego trying to do a little bit of a cutback. Gets right underneath him, not able to get on the power just as yet as they make their way through at the top of the hill. Now they've got to really put it down, get back onto the power, winding their way through. Lewin just managing to hold second place at the moment. Third place, Diego Dupont, hoping to get a little bit more of a drive, heading into the infield, does look for the inside line, and you can see Lewin going and getting a little bit of airtime, and that's cost him as Diego trying to go around the outside, looks to cut back, go underneath him, and now it's into the double right-hander, final corner. Diego just not getting that momentum to try and pull his way through. So absolutely incredible stuff. It does look like Lewin's losing a bit of a drive to the likes of Diego Pont. And just taking a look at times as our riders make their way through. Really trying to give them everything they have to try and close down. Take a look on screen at the moment. There is Ruben Vetterman trying to get a little bit more of a drive, trying to push his way forward, sliding it in, hoping that he could just try a little bit more of a run. At the moment, he's 3.6 seconds ahead of Diego Dupont. Lewin Vetterman trying to do everything he can to close down onto him. Matthew Schultz, Travis Linder, Tom Ritz all moving up and doing everything they can to just close down on the rest of the field. 3 laps being done and dusted. 5 laps to go for our SM2s as they fight their way around the circuit. It does look like our riders now starting to feel the strain as we keep an eye on Jamil Dyer and Troy Tonkin. So Troy Tonkin ahead of Jamil Dyer, trying everything he can to focus on the battle. They're going to be making their way into complex. Everyone trying to push a little bit harder. So far, fastest lap time, Ruben Vetterman doing a 1:13.4, but Diego Dupont actually a little bit quicker, doing a 1:12. Wind their way through here at Formula K. It is turning into a monstrous battle for SM2 riders. You can see everyone's starting to take a fair amount of strain, as the circuit is extremely demanding for all the riders. 4 laps to go. Ruben Vetzman still leading up, but Sean Peterson also trying to get a little bit more of a run and move his way through the field. Here's our first place man, Ruben Vetzman, making a little bit more of a charge, winding his way through. He's getting chased down by Diego DuPont, who's managed to close it down to a 3-second gap. So Diego really trying to get a little bit closer and really focus on a hard push, possibly to go and take first place away. It is going to be a hard charge for him. Ruben going and taking a look, seeing that Diego is closing down hard onto the brakes, trying to really sink it through the double apex, get back onto the pound. Now to wind the way down the hill into the right hander, and then they're going to be heading towards the inside complex. And this is where we see the riders catching a little bit of airtime as Ruben tries to keep it all in check over the hill. And this is where riders do feel they get a little bit lighter. They're going to have to try and counter it into the double apex right before the start-finish line, and now back into turn 1. But Diego closing the gap down now to 2 seconds. So Diego DuPont now 2 seconds behind first place Ruben Vetzman, who is on a monster of a charge. So Diego DuPont now closing down, closing up a second. Last lap time, 112.4. Ruben Vetzman, last lap time was a 113.5. So it is getting closer and closer as they get into the toe. Ruben starting to feel Diego breathing down his neck at this point. Ruben Vetzman a little bit further back is having to deal with Matthew Schultz starting to close down on him. But the race for first is going to come down to the wire between these two, as Ruben starting to feel the pressure. Diego getting a little bit of lift, has to climb late onto the brakes and is getting super close to the back of Ruben. Now into the charge. He just seems to be a little bit more confident into the corners versus the likes of Ruben Vetzman. Down into turn 1, turn 2, hard onto the brakes. Ruben getting a little bit more on the exit. Now they're going to wind their way up through the hill. Ruben really pushing as hard as they can as they fight their way through. Ruben starting to feel Diego looking up on that inside line, not able to take it just as yet, but is going to keep hard into the toe. This is going to be a proper race to the line as they on their last lap at the moment. Diego diving up, trying everything he can. Sliding their way through it. Diego just managing to get ahead. Ruben trying everything he can. And now it's into the closing stages. Ruben doing everything he can, chomping at the bit. Diego opening it up. Ruben going a little bit later on the brakes, hoping that he could just try and slide his way through. 2 corners to go, but it does look like Diego can keep us, trying to lock off that inside line. Diego DuPont taking first place away from Ruben Vetzman as they come across the line. So for our unofficial results, Diego DuPont up into first place, Ruben Vetzman in second, Learn Vetzman in third, Matthew Schultz in fourth. But what's this? We have got a rider, that's number 52, that has come to a stop. That's Troy Tomking. So Troy Tomking actually trying to get his bike all up and going. He's a little bit further down. So Learn Vetzman in third, Matthew Schultz, Traven Linder, Tom Moritz going and finishing in sixth place, followed by Sean Peterson, Sebastiano Diagro. Troy Tonkin, I think, is going to lose out a few positions as we wait for him to come across the line. Carl Hickerman, Jamil Downs, Stefan Rand Mason will be rounding out our field for our SM2s. Next up is going to be our SM Junior 65 and 85, our David vs. Goliath class of be heading out onto the circuit next. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for our SM Juniors 65 and 85 as they make their way onto the circuit. Adam Naidu will be starting in first place, followed by Muse Jazet, Moffat Karte, Tyler Morgan, Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, Tristan Swart in a 7th place. 8th is Jolo, Giuliano Ciaro, Jordan Tungstrom, and Quandre Porkita rounding out our field. And just to give you a bit of an idea of what's happening, Adam Naidu and Muse Jazet, who are on the 85 cc's, hoping to get a little bit more of a drive. They're starting first and second, but third place, Bono Fakate in third place is on the little 65, so hoping to get a little bit closer. He's getting chased down by Tyler Morgan, who is on the 85cc. Lorenzo DuPont is on a 65, and Keaton Diago also on a 65cc. Hoping to get a little bit closer. Tristan Swart on the 65. So a couple of guys needing to go and get a little bit more of a drive, but all eyes on the front. Adam Naidu hoping to get the best start and losing out, but take a look at Little Man Malfikate getting a phenomenal run as he makes his way through, getting into second place. Adam Naidu having to go defensive, tucks up on the inside line and pushes Moose Jazet out wide, and now dropping him into second place as they battle their way through. Adam Naidu hoping to lead the charge for the 85cc's. While getting chased down. A little bit of a David versus Goliath class at the moment, and you can see the differences. 85s will have the legs down the straight, but when it comes to the cornering, Mafakate, who's lying in third, is hoping to take the fight to him. Adam Naidu hoping to get a little bit more of a drive. He's starting to stretch open the gap over Mewes. Mewes trying everything he can to get into the toe and really gets the drive as they make their way down the hill. Adam Naidu keeping it all in check. This is one of his most favorite circuits, so he's hoping that it can work in his favor. But Mewes saying that he's got to grips with it and is hoping to get a little bit more of a run. But the interesting build-up is going to be towards third place, as we've got our 65cc Mafakate having to go and battle it out. He's got an 85 right behind him. So as our riders come across the line, Adam Naidu in first place, Mewes followed by Mafakate in third place. Tyler Morgan up into fourth place, trying to get a little bit more of a charge. And you can see Mafakate just able to get out of the corners a little bit quicker, but he has no room to rest as Tyler Morgan is all over the back of him. Mafakate looking over his shoulder, just making sure where on earth Tyler Morgan's going to come from. Two different classes going to be battling it out to be on the podium spot at the moment. And you can see how hard they need to work. Tyler Morgan doing everything he can to just try go for that inside line, but Mafakate corner by corner just going and closing out all options for the 85 to get around him. Little 65 proving its worth here at Formula K for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Little man Mafakate has really got to grips with the 65. And Tyler Morgan, who's not going to make it easy, trying to get right behind him, gets a little bit of lift on the front. Now a hard braking zone, it gets a little bit lighter, and they have to try and make their way through. Tries for the inside line, but just couldn't get the drive out. Mafakate keeping just ahead, and you can see constantly going and defending that inside line, ensuring that Morgan can't get past. Heading into turn 2, a little bit further down, Giuliano Ciaro, Lorenzo DePont, Keaton Diago, all going and slugging it out amongst each other. But third place is still up for grabs between these two. Mafakate and the likes of Tyler Morgan, hoping to get a little bit more of a charge. Tyler tried going looking to the outside, carrying momentum now, going a little bit wider, hoping to utilize all the power of that 85cc, but just not having the legs to close down on the little 65. It just seems to get a little bit more of a better corner exit as they make their way through. And this is what makes the class so exciting, having multi-class racing like this. Two different engine replacements. And a little bit further behind, Giuliano Ciaro, Lorenzo DePont, Keaton Diago, also trying to get a little bit closer, utilizing the toe of one another, and starting to break down the gap between the likes of Mafakate and Morgan, who are slugging it out in turn, slowing each other down. Morgan trying to go around the outside, trying to go around the inside, gonna look for the inside line into the double apex, decides he's not going to go for it. Now heading towards the start-finish line and into turn 1, really trying to sling it all together. Remember, they've got 8 laps to go and battle it out, and it's going to be an all-out charge at this point. 3 laps completed so far, and Mafakate still leading out of the 65s and third overall. First place is Adam Naidu, followed by Mewes Juzzett, Mafakate in third, Tyler Morgan, Giuliano Ciaro, Lorenzo DePont, Keaton Diago, all having an absolute whale of a time. Mafakate leading out for the 65s, Lorenzo DePont second of the 65s, Keaton Diago in third of the 65s, followed by Jolo, Tristan Swart and Jordan Tungstrom storm with Quandre Portita, 7th of our 65s. Adam Naidu, who's leading overall in first place. Second is Moose Jazet, who is second overall. Tyler Morgan and Juliana Ciara going and battling out for the 85 class. Our riders trying to get a little bit more of a drive as they slug their way through. Morgan trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Mafakate holding that inside line as they power their way around. It is turning into a monstrous battle, but our leader, Adam Naidu, managing to open up a 5-second gap over Moose Jazet. And then you've got the likes of Mafakate and Tyler Morgan doing everything they can, but slowing themselves down. And that's allowing a train to start catching up. And just in shot, you can see Giuliano starting to make up a little bit more ground. And he is pulling Lorenzo DuPont and Keaton Diago along. So I do think that Mafakate and Morgan have got to be so careful, because their race is about to change quite substantially as they battle their way through. Four laps to go, and it's all or nothing. And you can see the likes of Giuliano Ciara, Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga closing down on the likes of Tyler Morgan and Mafakate. Mafakate just leading ahead, but now starting to feel the pressure, as it does look like Giuliano managing to get right onto the back of Tyler Morgan. This is where the race is going to start heating up. Tyler Morgan is going to have to be very careful, and Lorenzo DuPont and Keaton Diaga are not going to be too far behind. Mafakate doing everything he can. It does look like Giuliano managed to get past Tyler Morgan. Morgan's going to have to come back fighting, but also in shot. All these riders doing everything they can. Mafakate on the 65 trying to hold his own against the 85 cc's at the moment, and it's turning into a monstrous battle for him. Going on the defense, Giuliano's not going to make it easy. Tyler Morgan trying to get a little bit more of a drive, along with Lorenzo DuPont and Keaton Diaga now getting into the mix. You can see the power differences, as it does look like Giuliano going to outbreak himself, and that's going to allow Mafakate to get by, but you can see Giuliano utilizing the drive, trying to go around the outside. Mafakate holding that inside line, really getting a little bit more of a power down as they work their way down the hill. This is where Giuliano can pull everyone else. It's all about power. And Mafakate is going to be under some serious pressure as they fight their way through, having to go defensive, chopping the nose off. You can see little 65 taking a tight defensive line. Tyler Morgan trying to go around the outside of Giuliano. And we're into the Ponce and Keaton Diaga also getting involved into the mix. Keaton Diaga on this little 65 trying to get a little bit closer as they go side by side through turn one. It does look like Giuliano utilized the power to get ahead of Mafakate, but will he be able to keep the drive up on the exit? Mafakate now feeling the pressure from Tyler Morgan, who actually had to hit the brakes a little bit, just caught up right underneath him. And it's turning into a monstrous race. Giuliano going and putting his bike right into the middle. Tyler Morgan losing out a little bit of drive, and that's going to allow Lorenzo to get into the fight as well. Giuliano running out a little bit wide. Mafakate trying to keep in tow. Tyler Morgan keeping the pressure onto the back of him. Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga all getting involved into the fight. You can just see slight look over the shoulder for Tyler Morgan, trying to see where everyone is, identify how close everyone is and where he can go on the attack. Mafakate getting a bit of a bad exit as they make their way down the hill. That's going to allow Tyler Morgan to try give him a run for his money. And as they make their way through into the infield, and it's going to be an all-out charge now. Giuliano starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Tyler Morgan trying to go around the outside of Mafakate, just not able to make it stick as they're running out of time. Our riders having to push harder and harder to try and keep it all in check. Last lap to go. Adam Naidu still in first place. Moose Jazet in second place. Giuliano in third. Mafakate and Tyler Morgan going and battling it out. And Giuliano losing out a little bit of drive. Now starting to make their way through one of the back markers, and you can see Giuliano tucking on the inside. Mafakate getting held up ever so slightly. He's also trying to get the drive. Tyler Morgan comes rushing past. Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, every single one of them going and battling it out as they make their way through. But coming across the line is our leader, Adam Naidu, taking the checkered flag. But we're keeping an eye on all the action at the moment. A little bit further down the field, News Juzzard should be taking second place. Giuliano Ciara trying to get a little bit more ahead. Mafakate trying to hold that fourth place and do everything he can. Tyler Morgan, Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, all on a hard charge to maintain their positions. 3 corners to go, a little bit of a slide in, but there is our leader, Adam Naidu, coming across the line as our riders make their way through. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Giuliano finishing ahead of the pack in third place. So let's take a look at our standings. This is our provisional standings at the moment. Adam Naidu in first place, News Juzzard, followed by Giuliano Ciara, Bono Mafakate in fifth place, Tyler Morgan, Keaton Diaga, Lorenzo DuPont in 7th place, followed by Jolo, Tristan Swart, Jordan Chung Storm, along with Quandre Porhita, rounding out our field. Next up is going to be our Masters and Grandmasters, the original hooligans, for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series here at Formula K. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Masters and Grandmasters. Werner Linde in first place, followed by Christian Carvello, Mark Newland, Tom Minitz, Sean Peterson, Terence Charles. They're going to be having a bit of fun. Michael Lowe, Vaughan Bronkhurst also a little bit further down. So, let's see how it all works out for our Masters and Grandmasters. The original hooligans are going to be battling it out for the honours. The grid's being cleared. Watch the lights. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. But one of the riders having a phenomenal jump start. By the looks of it, just got going. I'll try and identify the number, but left everyone standing. So I don't know why everyone was waiting for the lights, or was it a jump start? You'll only find out as they get back onto the power, winding their way up the hill. Christian Carvello, Tom Minitz hoping to get a little bit more on the run as they charge their way through. Carvello trying to go up on the inside. That's Tom Minitz in 17th place. Number 17 bike in first place, so he got a fantastic start. But Christian Carvello having to try and play a little bit of catch-up. Right behind them, it does look like Werner Linde trying to get a little bit more of a run as they make their way down the hill. Hard on the brakes. Christian Carvello constantly putting pressure on the back of Tom Minitz at the moment. Tom not backing out of it, hoping to keep ahead of Werner Linde, who's constantly pressuring that inside line, looking to get underneath and roll on the power and force Christian Carvello to set up. Tries it once again, no luck. But Tom leading out the field now, trying to open up some form of gap. Gets to the middle of the circuit. Christian Carvello a little bit later on the brakes, outbrakes himself. That's allowed Tom to go up on the inside and get a little bit more drive. Christian Carvello now dealing with the likes of Werner Linde right behind. Carvello putting in the fastest lap time on that last lap, doing a 1:15.9 while everyone's in the 1:16s. And once again, braking very, very late, runs out wide. And Tom losing out not only one position, but two positions, heading into three, as Werner Linde comes in and tries to make the fight with Christian Carvello. Looks to the outside line, not able to get through the double apex, getting back onto the power. Christian Carvello trying his might at this point to keep ahead of Werner Linde. Mark Newland getting onto the back and trying to get past the likes of Tom Minitz. Carvello getting a little bit of airtime as he makes his way through the inside complex, and you can see how hard the likes of Werner Linde is trying to put pressure onto that inside line. Not able to make it stick just as yet. Really going to tuck it into the toe, pull himself along. Now heading into turn two, Christian Carvello taking the inside line, going in very, very deep. That's going to give him a little bit of a better corner exit. And just doing everything he can. He can constantly feel the likes of Werner breathing down his neck. Mark Newland keeping ahead of Tom Minitz. Tom actually losing a bit of time and starting to drop off. But the difference between Christian Carvello and Werner Linde on that last lap was 0.2 of a second. Werner Linde was a little bit faster, doing a 1:15.4, but Christian Carvello did a 1:15.5. But Carvello doing everything he can, coming across the front of Werner Linde, ensuring they can just try and cause Werner to lose a little bit of momentum. Down the hill, hard onto the brakes, into the right hand, and now they're heading towards the complex. This is where you're going to see a slight bounce. A little bit neater this time around. Christian Carvello not taking any risks. He can feel the pressure from Linde behind, and they know Mark Newland is just sitting, waiting in the wings, hoping to close down on our two leaders. Tom Minitz, who had a phenomenal start, now going and dropping all the way down into fourth and losing the train at this point. So they've got to be so careful as our riders make their way through. And beautiful camera shot from turn one, looking up into the final corners. Here is our leaders, Christian Carvello, Werner Linde. And you could just see in the background Mark Newland trying to chase him down. Christian Carvello did a better lap time 114.5. While Werner Linde doing a 114.6. Last lap was only 0.3 of a second between the two of them as they make their way through. Linde not making it any easier and really putting a monstrous charge as they fight their way through. Hard onto the brakes, and you can see Linde constantly trying to get underneath him, trying to get a little bit more of a drive and force Christian Calvello to sit up through the corners. Hard onto the brakes. Christian Calvello locking down that inside line. He's not going to take any risks at this point. Has a little bit more of a drive through the complex, inside complex, compared to the likes of Werner Linde. So maybe set up a little bit more favoring tighter corners versus more open, more on the power. So Werner trying everything he can. Fatigue will start kicking in for these riders as they go and slug it out. First and second currently on your screens and fighting it out. You can swear they're fighting for the final race of the championship. But Werner Linde and Christian Calvello have known each other for many, many years. They also know how hard one another can push and be pushed, looking to go and get past the limits of one another. Werner saying to Christian Calvello, listen, you may be one of the quick guys, but I'm going to ensure that you're going to break your limits. I'm going to ensure you're either going to push or you're going to lose out to me. I want this first place, and you're not going to take it away from me at round number 3. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. Keep the pressure on and look to try and force Christian Calvello to go and lose a little bit of that championship standing. As they make their way through, heading into turn 2, wait onto the brakes, they're going to start moving into catching up to back markers. And this is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting for the likes of Christian Calvello, because he's going to eye out what's going to work for him and make sure that Werner Linde can't capitalize if he gets slowed up at any point of the race. Hard onto the brakes, into the right-hander, and there is a back marker right in front of him. Christian Calvello trying to get a little bit more of a run. The back marker is actually jumping out of the way, saying, listen, you guys can have your own battle. I don't want to get too involved, which is absolutely phenomenal. Now, I take my hat off to our back marker. I think that's Terence Charles. That's actually just moved out the way, let the guys go, and we'll continue to race on. Into the toe, Werner Linde tried looking for that inside line, couldn't make a sick. Christian Calvello getting a little bit of a bounce as he went in a little bit too early as they slide their way through. One of the back markers getting a little bit unsteady and is out far on the right-hand side, ensuring that he can just make sure these leaders get by. The time is running out. And you can see how Werner's getting a little bit more aggressive, trying to put that front wheel underneath the likes of rear wheel of Christian Calvello. So Werner trying everything he can to force Christian Calvello to just miss the apex ever so slightly, lose a little bit of drive, and that will allow him to get past. He's going to constantly go for that inside line, looking to force him off the apex and try and force him as wide as possible, put him onto the marbles if necessary, and really try and get a little bit more of a run as they make their way through. With only 2 laps remaining, that's all on the cards. Werner Linde managing to get hit. Christian Calvello up on the inside, goes late on the brakes, comes right across the front of Werner Linde. Werner putting his hand up going, listen, that was a little bit ambitious, but it definitely wasn't rubbish. And is going to try and go back at him. So Christian Calvello taking a very, very risky move. And Werner having to really back out of it, getting no choice in the matter, not wanting the two of them to land up in a problem. So Calvello risking it all at the moment, and Werner Linde also on the charge, hoping that he can get a little bit more of a run. 1 lap to go though, and it's all on the cards. Werner Linde has to really get into the toe, get up on the inside and get past Christian Calvello. If Christian could go and do a do-or-die maneuver like this, Werner has got to try his luck. Otherwise, he's going to have to be content with second place. And I don't think that's going to happen at all. Fighting their way up the hill, short straight. This is into the toe now. Pulled along in the slipstream. Slight lift on the throttle and back onto the gas as they make their way around the airplane. here at Formula K into a tight right-hander. And you can see Werner trying to come by. Christian Calvello going across the front of the nose of Werner Linde. Werner trying everything he can to fight his way back, making his way down the hill. It's going to be an all-out charge, making the way into the complex. Werner a little bit closer this time around. Has got to put the pressure on. He's got to go hard on the brakes. Tries to look for the inside line, not able to do it. Goes out a little bit wide, trying to carry the momentum through. 2 corners to go. Can he send it up on the inside? Tries his luck, but Christian Calvello managing to maintain first place. Werner Linde in second. Mark Newland will be finishing up in third place, with the likes of Tom Moritz going and finishing up in fourth. Werner Linde actually putting in the fastest lap time on the last lap as a 1:14.3. And there's a little bit of a discussion going on. Werner going and saying, I'll get you next time. It was a little bit close. And the guys just going and letting each other know that next race will be a little bit different. Werner Linde is looking to make the impact here. Christian Calvello having a great run. And there is a bit of a wheelie from the two. Christian Calvello giving a bit of a sign saying, listen. So here is our results. Christian Calvello in first place, Werner Linde in second, Mark Newland, Tom Moritz, Sean Peterson, Vaughan Broncos, and Terence Charles rounding out our 7-line field, which is absolutely amazing. Next up is going to be our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors as they take to the circuit.
How many races are left on this one now?
Well, just before we get into our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, let's go through and pay the bills. Big thank you to our sponsors, the 357 AN Racing, along with Energade keeping us powered up. And we cannot forget DSTV, also putting in some great work at G&G Sales and Training. See it Motor City Auto Spares as well, along with Nexo, rounding out all our sponsors. Big thank you to you guys for keeping us going this season for round number 3 here for the SA Short Circuit Series for 2023. Really interested to see how this is all going to work out. But now that we're moving on to our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, let's talk about what you can do with this. First place of the 150 Cup, our juniors will be storing, if he or she manages to finish up in first, they will get 5,000 Rand. Now 150 Seniors, first place, will get 10,000 Rand. Now, I'm not talking about we'll EFT you the money. No. This is all in cash. So our 150s are heading out onto the circuit, the 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. It will be a split grid between the two. Really looking forward to seeing how it all turns out as they make their way through. A little bit of a rundown of the grid. Moving on to our 150 Cup. So, Caden Roberts is going to be in first place. Diego DuPont, Troy Tonking, Arno Erasmus, Tyler Morgan, Adam Naidu, and Jared J. Penn will be fighting it out. Cannot forget about Clinton Seller, Tabankeshwa, Tay Jans van Rensburg, Aston Nesbitt, Lewis DuPont, Doon Tungstrom, and along with Guy Wilson rounding out the field. And this is a very, very competitive class, ladies and gentlemen, with prize money on the line. These riders are really going to sink their teeth into the challenge to claw their way to the front. Our seniors are going to have to start behind the juniors and have to play a little bit of catch-up as not to interfere with classes, but also at the same time, they want to make sure they can get right up to the top spots and take an overall victory here at Formula K for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. As our riders start lining up on the line, everyone getting ready to rock and roll. You can feel the tensions down in the pits from up here in the commentary box. Let's see how it's all going to work out. Everyone's still out on the grid, getting a little bit of a warning that they will be starting, waiting for the whistle. Let's see if Almeidas will be able to get away. Caden Roberts hoping to get a good jump off the line for the King Price Extreme team, and he is starting out in first. Diego DuPont's not going to make it easy for him. And away they go. Lights off and away they go. But it does look like Caden Roberts was actually off to a very poor start and losing out a lot of time from first down into fourth, now trying to pull his way through. So I have to keep an eye on what on earth happened there. But it looks like Arno Erasmus, Tyler Morgan, Troy Tonkin, Diego Pont all getting a fantastic jump off the line. Caden Roberts was a little bit sleeping behind the time. As we keep an eye on the battle, it does look like Diego trying to get a little bit of drive. Caden Roberts getting caught out a little bit, hard onto the brakes as they make their way through. This is our 150 Cup that we're keeping the head on. As they battle their way through, you can see all the riders properly giving it everything they got, sliding it around. Our 150 seniors now starting to come into shot. They're trying to get a little bit more momentum at this point as they battle their way down the hill into the inside complex. It's all about keeping the momentum. Every single one of the riders know what's on the line at the moment as they fight their way through. But it does look like Arno Erasmus getting a little bit more of a drive. Remember that this is a 8-lap race and they've got to really focus on the charge. But as it stands, Arno Erasmus, Diego DuPont, Tyler Morgan, Caden Robert managing to move himself up into fourth place. Troy Tonking a little bit further down, followed by Clint Seller, Aston Nesbitt in 7th place. Along with Tabankeshwa, Jared J. Penn, and Doon Tungstrom, along with Guy Wilson, Lewis DuPont, Adam Naidu didn't start, and Tay Jans van Rensburg didn't start either. So they're missing out on heat number 1. But Arno Erasmus not hanging back and is going to really put on the charge to try and pull away. Currently leading the 150 Cup, which is all our juniors. In 2nd place, trying to close down as much as possible with the likes of Tyler Morgan and Caden Robert also putting on the pressure, hoping to get a little bit closer between them as they work their way down the hill, hold on to the brakes. And our seniors also making their way through now. Bit of side-by-side action. This is back up to our juniors. As they get a little bit of momentum, it does look like we have got Diego DuPont getting ahead of Honor Erasmus. Tyler Morgan trying to play a little bit of catch-up as they make their way through. Showing a bit of the circuit. You can see the guys really hammering it. Just to let you know that Clint Seller, who is first of 150 seniors, is in 6th place and really putting on the charge. He's also closing down on everyone. So Clint Seller trying to make a little bit more momentum. A multi-time champion trying to close down. As our riders make their way through, you can see everyone giving it everything they have. Let's get a little bit more momentum. As we take a look, as our riders come through, there's a bit of a shot. You can see Caden Robert trying to close down. Diego DuPont still leaning on Erasmus, Caden Robert, Troy Tonking, Tyler Morgan, Clint Seller trying to duke it out. As Diego DuPont, Honor Erasmus all trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Clinton Seller up here to 4th place, has been seeing the quickest lap times, 1:18.7. And here he is, the 150 Cup and the 150 Senior leaders are all together in a bit of a battle. And Caden Roberts opening the door, allowing his teammate Clinton Seller to come on by. Clinton Seller not giving him much room though, does force him out very, very wide. Now Clinton Seller 3rd overall, now looking to go and get past Honor Erasmus. Diego DuPont just ahead, double yellow flags waved at the bottom. As one of the riders looks like he's actually went straight on just after the... So losing out a bit of time there. Clinton Seller doing everything he can, dives up on the inside. And that's allowed Caden Roberts to come by. So Honor Erasmus got forced out wide by Clinton Seller. And that's allowed Caden Roberts to go and sneak on by. So at the moment, currently on your screen, we have first to the 150s and first to the 150 Cup and first to the 150 Senior slugging it out. It's a youngster versus the older generation, and Clinton Seller not making it any easier for Diego DuPont. Diego keeping as much power down as possible, ensuring that he can keep a tight line. He knows that Clinton Seller is trying to get closer to him. He sees that Caden Roberts is trying to make a little bit of a move. Clinton Seller trying to get past, but just not able to do it. Dives up on the inside, goes a little bit later on the break. And Diego DuPont just slamming the door shut on Caden Roberts. Clinton Seller now trying to pull away. And Honor Erasmus now caught back into the tow as they pull themselves down the hill. Clinton Seller trying everything he can. He wants to break away from the 150 Cup and focus his drive at the moment, putting in a fantastic lap time of 1:18.7. Now we've got a bit of a battle for first and second for the 150 Cup, as Diego DuPont's got Caden Roberts all over the back of him, trying to go around the outside, backs out of it, going to look for going for the inside line, goes for a tight line, not able to make it stick, getting back into the tow. As they make their way through, Caden Roberts trying to go up on the inside, outbreaks himself by miles. Caden Robert dropping down, and that has allowed the likes of Honor Erasmus to go and take a position. So Caden Robert trying to go a little bit later, unfortunately has cost himself a position, and that is now given Diego DuPont some breathing room to try and pull away, as Honor Erasmus and Caden Robert now look to do battle into the toe of one another. Honor Erasmus not going to make it easy. Caden trying everything he can, looks to the inside line, runs it very close to the curbing, not able to make it stick, gets back into the toe, pulling himself along. gets a better drive. What has happened? As it does look like Honor Erasmus might have missed a gear or something's gone wrong. Slowed up hugely looking down at his bike. And I think missing a gear unfortunately has cost him that position. Caden Roberts saying thank you very much, I'm going to keep up the drive and keep going as they put the power down. It is turning into a monstrous run between our 150 Cup and our 150 Seniors. So as it stands, Diego DuPont first in the 150 Cup, followed by the likes of Caden Robert, Honor Erasmus, Troy Tonkin, Jared J. Pin. That is the order for our 150 Cup. Our 150 Senior, Clinton Seller, Taban Keshwa, Aston Nesbitt, here's the pond. Dylan Tunstall, along with Guy Wilson, doing everything they can to get a little bit more momentum. And you can see Caden Robert now back into the toe, trying to get in a little bit closer to the likes of Diego DuPont. Goes up on the inside. The two of them not giving an inch. And it does look like Diego putting up a monstrous fight as they come around, but it does look like Caden was able to just eke ahead. Honor Erasmus getting a little bit of a better drive. Caden Robert really took a deep breath and forced his way through, elbows out for it. And this is 4 points, this is full prize money, and they've got to give it everything they got. Hard onto the brakes, and you can see Caden Robert locking down that inside line, trying to make as much as possible. Kinsella, who is first overall, and they're going to really keep up the drive. Here is our 150 Cup making their way through. We're starting to close down on the back block as Kinsella managed to make his way past. But this is where it's going to get interesting for Caden Roberts and Diego DuPont, as they're going to have to really slug it out. And Honor Erasmus, who is right on that rear fairing of Diego DuPont, is just waiting for the opportunity to get by. And there we go. As it does look like Honor Erasmus getting a much better drive, managing to get past. And now has to try and work her way through the back markers. This is where Caden Robert can close down the gap into the back markers. It does look like Diego DuPont getting caught out, trying to maneuver his way through, and gets forced onto the inside line, forcing one of the back markers right into the pit lane to try and get past. As they go and battle it out, it is turning into a monstrous fight. And you can see how everyone's doing everything they can, but Caden Robert goes on the inside, managing to sneak by. Caden Roberts up into first place, gaining 2 positions, utilizing the back markers right across the line. Absolutely phenomenal work. So Clint Seller taking first place overall and first in class for the 150 Senior. But our 150 Cup, Caden Roberts getting ahead of Honor Erasmus and Diego DuPont, utilizing that back marker to their advantage. Absolutely incredible running. 150 Cup and our 150 Senior. So let's take a look at our overall results. It's Clinton Seller, followed by Caden Robert, Honor Erasmus, Diego DuPont, Taban Keshwa, Troy Tonkin, Aston Nesbitt, along with the likes of Lewis DuPont, Kim Tainstrom, Jared J. Pin, Guy Wilson, and Adam Naidu saying Aston Nesbitt not starting. But what a run to the line. Absolutely amazing stuff. Caden Robert taking first overall for the 150 Cup. Now Honor Erasmus second in the 150 Cup. Third was Diego DuPont, followed by Troy Tonkin and Jared J. Penn. On our 150 Senior, Clinton Seller, Taban Keshwa, Aston Nesbitt, Lewis DuPont, Don Tunstrom, Guy Wilson going out, finishing out in the grid. Next up though, after that phenomenal run, is going to be our SM Junior 50cc as they head out to the circuit for their heat number 1. And after seeing all racing going on, every single one of the riders chomping at the bit to go out and put on a fantastic show. It has been a back and forth battle racing, so don't go anywhere. the racing continues right here at Formula K for the SA Short Circuit Series, round number 3 of 2023.
I guess that's a no on the brake.
Ethan De Vries in first place, Blake Robert in second, Keaton Diaga, Joe Lowe, all going to be battling it out. Quandre Porchita keeping ahead of Monotzotten in qualifying. Let's see how it's all going to work out. Heat number 1 for our SM Junior 50cc as they lined up and ready. Marshall's calling for clear, and away they go. It does look like Ethan De Vries off to a great start, and so has Monotzotten, also getting a bit of a great start from the back, trying to close down. Blake Robert trying to get a little bit more momentum underneath him, hoping to keep ahead of Joe Lowe as they get into the toe, trying to pull themselves along. But it does look like Ethan De Vries has managed to open up enough of a gap on the start to try and break away early on, as our riders slug it out. Really keeping on the power. And it does look like a slight bit of confusion for our riders coming off the gas a little bit early as they get into the toe. Ethan De Vries really doing everything he can. As they put the power down, and it does look like the riders getting a little bit argy-bargy with one another. We've got the likes of Blake Robert getting ahead now, trying to open up a little bit more of a gap as Ethan De Vries is trying to close down on him, and it does look like Joe Lowe also trying to get into that toe and pull himself along. Being squeezed out though, so Joe Lowe having to really defend as much as possible as they put the power down. Heading through turn 1 into turn 2, it is all out charge. Blake Robert in first place, Ethan De Vries in second, Keaton Diaga, I do apologise, is in third place. Joe Lowe down into fourth, Quandre Porchita in fifth place at the moment. Blake Robert narrowly keeping a gap open away from Ethan De Vries. Keaton Diaga trying to put as much pressure on as possible, looks up on the inside line, really duking it out, runs out of it wide And take a look. Ethan now getting a little bit more of a drive. Blake Roberts trying to get a little bit more momentum underneath him as they get the power down. And this is now turned into a three-way battle for first place. Blake Roberts trying to go on the defensive, goes to the middle of the circuit. Ethan de Vries and Keaton de Jager battling out. Keaton trying to really duke it out as they put the power down. Blake just managing to keep going. I know chatting to the Robert family, they said they're really looking forward to Blake getting a little bit more of a drive this season. He seems to be doing so. Keaton de Jager trying everything he can to go around Ethan de Vries. These two have gone back and forth the whole of last season at one another. Now it seems to be carrying over to the new season of 2023 for the SA Short Circuit Series, round number 3. You can see how hard Keaton's trying to go for that inside line. He's just not able to take it. Ethan de Vries having a little bit more drive. Now into the toe, pulling themselves along. Blake Roberts losing a lot of time through turn 2 into turn 3. Going a little bit later on the brakes on to turn 4. Keaton de Jager trying his luck, but constantly getting pushed offline by Ethan de Vries. So Ethan really keeping a great drive at this point to ensure he locks down second place. Going after first, trying to carry the momentum through. A slight feather off the throttle as they make their way through, past the airplane, hard onto the brakes, into the right-hander. Ethan de Vries just going a little bit too deep into the corner. Now has to try and really keep it all together. Blake just managing to hold the middle of the circuit, taking him offline and making Ethan de Vries coming off the power a little bit more than expected. That constantly allows Keaton de Jager to come back at him. And let's see how it all turns out as they get a little bit more drive. It is turning into a monstrous battle, but you can see Blake Roberts not out of the woodwork just yet. Keaton de Jager goes up on the inside though, now trying to get the drive side by side, but has to back out of it. Ethan de Vries just narrowly hanging on as they get into the toe, now making their way through turn 1 into turn 2. And it does look like Keaton looks for the inside line, just not able to make it as he makes his way through turn 2. Ethan de Vries keeping on a tighter line. Blake Roberts losing the drive though. That's allowed Ethan de Vries to get the drive. Blake losing out the time. Keaton de Jager coming by. Blake Roberts now going in side by side with Keaton de Jager as Ethan de Vries is starting to open up a little bit more of a drive. Slowly pulling away, and you can see Keaton try coming back at him, but Blake managing to keep ahead as they fight their way through. These youngsters really showing off what they can do as they put the power down. 5 laps to go as they slug it out. But at the moment, Ethan de Vries in first place, Blake Roberts in second place along with Keaton de Jager. So I do apologize. So Blake Roberts in second, losing out a little bit of drive. And you got Ethan de Vries starting to open up the gap. There is the likes of Keaton de Jager trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Keaton into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Can he go a little bit later on the brakes? Tries to go for a tight inside line, not able to get it. And across the line, checkered flag has come out. And that is an absolutely phenomenal showing. Ethan de Vries, so I do apologize, it wasn't 5 laps. But Ethan de Vries up in first place, Blake Roberts into second, along with Keaton de Jager, Jolo, Quandre Porchita, and Monitz Otten rounding out the field for our SM Junior 50cc. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for our hooligans. It's time for the SM1 and SM1S to come out for their heat number 1 of the day. And I can tell you, every single one of those riders have been chomping at the bit. They've been watching all the action. They want to show why they are the biggest, the fastest, and where you want to be, the ultimate category for short circuit racing in South Africa is about to come out next. ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our SM1 and SM1 Aston Nesbitt up in first place. Ryan van Niekerk trying to chase him down. Take Jens van Rensburg in third, followed by Hunter Dreyer, Werner Linde, Brandon Hickelman, Christian Carvello in seventh place. Lewis DuPont and Michael Lowe in ninth, looking to take on the charge. And there's a beautiful pace car going and signaling that this is our SM1 and SM1S. Lots of stoppies happening on the line from all our hooligans, and they're really to put on a fantastic charge. As they all geared up. Aston Nesbitt looking to try and pull away from his protege, Ryan van Niekerk, who's lining up in second place. They were pushing each other along in qualifying. Tay Jens van Rensburg also want to keep an eye out for. Been an absolutely phenomenal rider on long circuit, now looking to take the charge on the short circuit as well. And following suit with Ryan van Niekerk. The two, Ryan van Niekerk and Tay Jens van Rensburg, have a long history right down into the 50cc's and the 100s, where they went and squared up. Now they're taking each other on the SM1s, and there is no excuse. Now we talk about motor racing is not a contact sport, but our SM1s and SM1Ss tend to disagree with that notion. They tend to share rubbing elbows with one another, also going and making sure that they can share, maybe swap pads mid-race as well. As they rev up and away they go. Aston Nesbitt losing out the drive. It does look like Ryan van Niekerk diving up on the inside. Tay trying to follow suit as well, as they really battle it out and hold on to the brakes. And it does look like Aston Nesbitt going, really taking a deep look. Ryan van Niekerk trying to get into the toe and pull himself along. Take Jens van Rensburg and Hunter Dreyer also looking to get involved to this. So keep an eye. Hunter Dreyer being one of the younger riders, hoping to get involved in the fight and returning on the bike after being out for quite some time. Hunter Dreyer, lying in third place, was out for the last 2 rounds due to an operation and is back in full flight, going after the likes of Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk at the moment. So keep an eye out for Hunter. He's going to really put the pressure on. But out in front, Aston Nesbitt going and showing Ryan van Niekerk how it's done, sliding his way around. Ryan trying to go up on the inside, not able to make it stick just as yet. Going to do everything he can to really slug it out. Hard onto the brakes, sliding right. And you can see Aston Nesbitt going and doing everything he can to battle on as they slug their way around the course into turn 2. And now up the hill, you can see Aston Nesbitt still narrowly keeping that first place. Ryan van Niekerk chomping on the bit, doing everything he can. Looks to the inside, looks to the outside, and is constantly seeing where it's going to work for him to get on the drive, pulling his way through. Aston seeming a little bit more comfortable with the bike in terms of braking. Hunter Dreyer lying in third place. Sorry, in fourth place. Tay Jens van Rensburg is in third. As they make their way around, our riders hoping to just get a little bit more drive now. The track has warmed up. It's become quite rubbered in. And now it's all our charge. Ryan van Niekerk trying to go around the outside. Aston Nesbitt defending our inside line, ensuring that Ryan has no option but to go and start picking up a little bit of dirt on the rear tyre every time he goes into the braking zone. And that's going to be slowly helping him move forward. As our riders look to do battle. Aston Nesbitt leads out the field, followed by Ryan van Niekerk, Hunter Dreyer, Werner Linde, Christian Carvello, and along with Brandon Hickelman, Lewis DuPont, trying to chase them down at the front though. It's turning into a monstrous battle. And while the race is going on, you're keeping an eye on our leaders, Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk, a little bit further back. Behind Hunter Dreyer is Werner Linde, and the likes of Christian Calvello. They looking to go and slug it out. And just taking a look, a little bit of sideways action coming from our riders. It does look like Werner getting a little bit unsteady and having to try and balance himself out. So Werner Linde and Christian Calvello, they came to blows earlier in the day for the Masters and Grandmasters. They back out at it again in the SM1s. And Christian Calvello trying to get a little bit closer to go on the attack as they pound their way through. Calvello just maintaining a bit of a charge at the moment to close down on Werner Linde. But doesn't seem to have the legs down the stretch. So Werner's really dialed that bike in and has learned Calvello's old tricks. As they go late onto the brakes and really trying to sing it through. And as we head back to our leaders, Aston Nesbitt keeping ahead. Ryan van Niekerk still putting a hard charge onto the back of him. Looks around the outside, couldn't make a sick. Going to go late on the brakes, really trying to sink his teeth into it. And Aston Nesbitt just going and closing off that inside line, ensuring that he doesn't lose out as they make their way through. Ryan van Niekerk tries for that inside line once again under braking and just not able to get it. Aston Nesbitt constantly just that 2 centimeters more out of the braking zone. He's able to go and carry just enough momentum to keep himself moving forward. Ryan van Niekerk constantly looking for the challenge to try and get past. Aston Nesbitt's not going to make it easy for him. And when these two spoke in the pit, Aston Nesbitt said, listen, I do think you had a lot of fun. We duked it out in round 2. But I'm not going to make the same mistakes. And Ryan van Niekerk managing to get past. Aston Nesbitt comes back at him. So van Niekerk always trying to keep Nesbitt on his toe. Ryan trying to get back into that slipstream, pulling himself along. He sees that Aston Nesbitt's starting to drop off a little bit. Aston Nesbitt, best lap time was 1:10.1, and Ryan van Niekerk was a 1:10.2. So there's not much in it between the two, but Ryan van Niekerk getting a little bit more brave under braking, slowly doing his best to close down on Aston Nesbitt. Aston really having to try and keep it all together as they pull themselves along, moving their way up the hill. They've got to snake it along now. It's time to go hard onto the brakes. Ryan van Niekerk keeping a little bit more drive. Aston Nesbitt going on the defense now, realizing that Ryan is right against her rear wheel. Can hear him, and Ryan sending it on the inside as they back their way through. Aston maintaining that first place. He was just able to go a little bit late on the braking. Aston really hoping to get a little bit more of a drive ahead of Ryan van Niekerk. Ryan trying his luck there to go a little bit later under braking and hoping that it will be enough to move him up into first place. As it seems to be running out of laps now. 5 laps to go. Aston Nesbitt has got it all on the line to try and keep ahead of Ryan van Niekerk as they battle their way through. This is the closest battle, but as it stands, Aston Nesbitt in first place, Ryan van Niekerk in second, Hunter Dreyer, Werner Linde, Christian Calvello, Brandon Hickerman, Lewis DuPont going down 7th place, and Michael Lowe in 8th place. Our leaders still duking out. Ryan van Niekerk looking maybe to get a little bit closer towards the inside line, not able to do it just as yet. Goes out! Ryan van Niekerk washing out. Now having to try and get himself up and going. But that has lost a tremendous amount of time. And that's going to allow the likes of Hunter Dreyer to start closing up. So now this has changed up the entire race. Aston Nesbitt going to be breathing a sigh of relief as Ryan van Niekerk has dropped back and taking a look on screen. Aston Nesbitt still running it out very wide. That tells me he's not used to it. As they fight their way through. So Aston Nesbitt coming by the screen. You should see Ryan Fanico come into shot into second place. And then Hunter Dreyer trying to close down on him. But Aston Nesbitt really putting on a great run and now has to try and keep up the charge. 3 laps to go. Nesbitt now starting to break a little bit earlier. You can see he's taking a little bit easier, realizing he's got quite a bit of space between himself and Ryan Fanico. He's going to be focusing on the charge. This is going to be a huge amount of help for his championship points. And Ryan Fanico just tried going in a little bit too deep, having the bike wash out. And was very, very close to collecting Aston Nesbitt, but Aston more than happy. As they fight their way around the circuit. Nesbitt completing it another lap. 2 laps to go. As they fight their way. Still really keeping up the momentum. Some great lap times being put in. And taking a look, this time was set by Aston Nesbitt of a 1:10.1099. But that was his best lap time. But Ryan Fanico actually beats him that time, managing to get a 1:09.8. So Ryan Fanico, who is running quicker lap times, is still pushing. While Nesbitt being the 1:11, he's not going to be pushing as hard. There's no need to do it. 7.7 seconds between himself and second place at the moment is definitely going to help him through. So, defending champion, looking to just try and keep ahead. Taking a look, Ryan Fanico still putting on a hard charge, but doesn't make Hunter Dreyer. They're starting to line up a little bit for second and third. So, Ryan Fanico still got a bit of space between himself and Hunter Dreyer, who's in third place. That's going to be very cautious. With 1 lap to go, our leader now making his way around the circuit. For the final time for heat number 1. He's going to be smiling all the way to bank on this one. And you can be sure they'll be asking Ryan Fanico what happened. They're running so close to one another. Through the double apex, now trying to close the way down the hill. There is Ryan Fanico coming by. And in shot. Aston Nesbitt had to work hard. Got a bit of a wheelie, just having a bit of fun. Got to be so careful about it. We've got to go and remind back to round 2. Got confident and unfortunately lost the bike. So he's got to be so cautious going and doing moves like that. Going across the line, taking the checkered flag. Aston Nesbitt in first place. Second going to Ryan Fanico after a bit of a recovery ride there to get back up. Hunter Dreyer will be taking third place, followed by Bernie Linda, Brandon Hickerman, Christian Carvelo, Louis DuPont. Going to be finishing up in 7th place. And 8th going to Michael Lowe. What a phenomenal run. And as you can see, a little discussion going on between the riders. Aston Nesbitt just saying, Ryan, what happened there, buddy? You had it, you got confident. And unfortunately, the bike came back to bite you. Till next time in heat number 2, a little bit later today. One, yeah, and Formula K, and what better way to show off the hooligans, a bit of a wheelie, and Nesbitt keeping it all the way up in the air. Hunter Dreyer, after a bit of an operation, was out for 2 rounds, has come back in force, finishing up in 3rd place. So he's going to be really happy with those results.
now what now? We're starting again. These are the first O's that came out. Hello. Okay.
All right, as we move into Heat 2 of our clubmen's, Arno Rasmus will be in first place. Sebastiano Diagro, Terence Charles, Vaughan Bonkers, and Jacques Swanepoel rounding out the field. It has been shortened by 2 laps for our 8-lap race. It's now 6 laps. So our riders are going to have to really push hard. Arno Rasmus looking to lead the charge. Sebastiano trying to get a little bit of a better start as away they go into turn 1. Arno Rasmus starting to open up the gap. And Sebastiano dropping down into second, trying everything he can to keep up the tone. He's looking to do battle once again. Jacques Swanepoel trying to keep it all in momentum. And now Arno Rasmus going to open up the gap to the likes of hoping to get a little bit more momentum as they battle their way
So
through.
like I asked, are we starting now from the beginning again?
Also, just trying to keep up the
first bikes that
momentum
came out.
and keep the guys within his vision. The circuit becoming a little bit more challenging, and Jacques Swanepoel,
Does anybody hear me when I talk on this
riders
thing?
having to just try and keep it all together right here at Formula K as they put on the drive. Arno Rasmus going and stretching the lead to Sebastiano. Our clubmen's really putting in some good work to show. 6 laps.
Copy that. Can you guys hear me on this thing?
The points. And to do that, he'll finish up the time. This is where it gets a bit challenging because even though you might not have a bike around you right at the moment, you are going to
lunch break, these motherfuckers.
Taking a look out to our Facebook, out on the live stream on Facebook. Wesley Armstrong going and putting in great support for Ethan Freitas a little bit earlier. Really excited to see he was duking it out right until the line. Now our clubmen's are built for new riders wanting to go and have a bit of fun. There's a short circuit series here. Also, it's a great initiative to start people. Clubmen's 2 though. Arno Rasmus is leading out the class on 115 points. Sebastiano Diagro on 82 points. KJ Bandiani racing today. 122.8, but Honor
Nobody
Erasmus going
says
to be
90.
following up with a 120.6. A little bit of a close starting to it's actually taking a bit, and this is Terrence Charles, who is making a bit of as they close down. This is our good bonkers from Terrence Charles. Really focusing to try and follow it through. It's not too a little bit of a rough race to start off with, but it's slowly been getting better and better every time he gets out onto the circuit. He's had 2 offs today, but is focusing that he can get a little bit closer to the likes of Vaughan. Starting to mimic those lines. Going to go late on the brakes. It does look like Vaughan goes a little bit later onto the brakes, slides it out, and that's allowed Terrence Charles to close down on him. With 2 laps left, Honor Erasmus, followed by Sebastiano, Vaughan, Broncos, Terrence Charles, and Jacques Sain. It does look like Terrence Charles trying everything he can to battle it out. And if he wants to go and get past, Terrence wants to take 3rd place. Vaughan is his target. And here comes our leader, Honor Erasmus. Told him about 2 laps left. Now looking to try and get through. Getting very, very close to losing out the position. Terrence Charles doing everything he can. Terrence really trying to get up onto the inside, not able to do it just as yet. And you can see Vaughan going side by side between them, up on the inside, late onto the brakes. And so Terrence doing everything he can. Vaughan losing out to the little bit of drive, and that's allowed Terrence to get a little bit more of a jump as they make their way through. And now our leader is onto his final lap. But absolutely well done to Terrence Charles getting ahead of Vaughan. Now Vaughan's going to have to try and back that out as they make their way through. Terrence hoping that he can just carry enough momentum to keep Vaughan behind him. And here is our leader in the shot, Honor Erasmus, on his last lap, catching up to Jacques Swanepoel just ahead of him. Honor Erasmus looking to get a double win for today. And doing an absolutely phenomenal job start to finish. And also taking some phenomenal lap times. 120.1 was his quickest lap time. Last lap time on 120.5, so his consistency has been absolutely superb. Only got a couple of corners to go. As Honor Erasmus, 2 corners to go. Checkered flag in hand. First place going to Honor Erasmus. Double checkered for today for Heat 1 and Heat 2. He's going to be really happy with that. Sebastiano Diagro will be taking 2nd place, but now 3rd place is all on the line between Vaughan Bonkhurst and Terrence Charles. And it does look like, Terrence Charles managed to get ahead. And there's Vaughan Bonkhurst, who's going a little bit slower. He's a little bit in the background. But well done to Terrence Charles taking 3rd place. Vaughan Bonkhurst will be taking 4th, 5th place, going to Jacques Swanepoel. Absolutely fantastic run for Clubmans. Along with Energy keeping us all powered up, followed by DSTV, along with G&G Sales and Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, along with Nexo, making sure that we're all protected and looking stylish while doing so. Big thank you to our sponsors for making this possible for our third round and also being part of us for the season. To go and get going to the front end of the field, looking to maximise as many points as possible. Next up is going to be our Mini Moto Novice and PB50s. They're going to be going out on the short circuit, and they will have a 4-lap race to try and dart it to the end. So let's see how Mini Moto Novice and PB50 are going to do up next.
Just a cap in general would have been like a but sweet. Well, you're gonna have to go over there by the pits somewhere, bro, by the grandstands and watch. I don't think they're going to let you come on the track now.
Alright, as we move on to our Mini Moto Novice and PB50 Monitors, Otten in first place, Tanner Oosthuizen and Xander de Toy, Chris Tellis, and Declan Schoeman, followed by Tim Mafakate, rounding out the field. And it does look like Tim Mafakate is geared up and out on the track. He didn't start the last race. He's back, ready to have a bit of fun. And away they go. Off to a great start. Does look like Otten's off to a flying start.
I assume there's going to be a break soon. I don't know.
And with a 4-lap race, it is going to turn into a difficult one. The wind is starting to pick up here at Formula K, and that may challenge these riders a little bit more than planned as they have to go down into the hills. And they will feel a massive gust as they start clawing their way back up the hill here at Formula K. Going to snake their way around, keeping up the momentum, and any sort of headwind or side wind will definitely upset these bikes. Oosthuizen in first place, trying to get a little bit more of a run and open up an early lead. These youngsters really focusing on the hard charge. Their way through, trying to keep it all together. It does look like it might be Tellis that's in second place, or Xander de Toy. Both of them really putting in a great bit of work. Tanner Oosthuizen as well, trying to get involved into the fight. They pull themselves along. Fundamentals of these bikes is absolutely something for every youngster that's looking to get into motorcycle racing, the knowledge that you carry forward here is one, carrying momentum to keep your bike going, and that's critical no matter what you're in. It's all about keeping that momentum, so learning the fundamentals from an early age. I mean, these guys are 3-4 years old and they're really risking it for the biscuit. Second one is concentrating on your lines, ensuring that you hit every apex and exit the whole time to ensure that you keep that momentum. At the same time, you start developing muscle memory from an early age. That will help you get into the bigger classes. Monitz Otten in first place, Xander Detroit, followed by Chris Cummins, Declan Skinner, Tanner Erstason, all going and battling it out. Table Mafakata trying to make up a little bit of time as well. And there's Xander Detroit out on screen. And a big shout out to the youngsters that are new, some new faces joining us. Xander Detroit, Kirst Tellis, and Declan Skuan all coming and having a bit of fun. Declan actually going and really ramping it up, trying to go for the championship. But Xander Detroit and Kirst Tellis are new to the class, and they're really going and showing what they can do. A second and third at the moment, better in their times. Monitz Otten actually putting in a fast lap time quicker than his race one was a 109.042. So Monitz Otten is not hanging around at this point. Keeping it wide open. Xander Detroit doing a 113.7. Great improvement. And Constance doing a 116.2. That's his quickest time. So the riders getting better and better as the day goes on, which is always fantastic to see. There is our second place man, Xander Detroit, out on screen. You can see starting to just try and get himself all right into the lines. Now there's a very trick with these bikes. A lot of guys think that you've got to go out very, very wide, follow what the SM1s do. That actually slows you down. You've got to keep more of a tighter line with these bikes. Go towards middle of the circuit to inside line to carry the momentum through. You don't want to go drift too far out wide, otherwise you're going to end up killing time and actually adding more kilometers.
You see,
run.
bro.
So
you see.
you want to make this as short as possible. And this is why, for any youngster that wants to get involved,
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Parent that wants to get their youngsters involved, grab yourself a PV50, very affordable bikes, along with the mini motors, just affordable bikes, they're affordable to go racing with, and also the setup isn't very difficult, but it teaches them the fundamentals.
Don't follow that, I will follow that.
They're safer riders, they're faster riders, they're more knowledgeable of what they need to do to ensure they claw their way to the top. So with one lap to go, Monitz Otten being ready to go through. So Monitz Otten into first place. Second is going to be Xander Detroit, who is out on screen. Xander Detroit coming across the line, he's going to be taking second place. Third place going to Kuros Talents, along with Declan Skuman, Tanner Erstason, and Tebo Mafakate, rounding out our mini motor number 7 DV50s. Next up though is going to be our hooligans in training, our SM2s, and I know they're keeping an eye to the skies as it's getting a little bit darker out here in Benoni. The wind's starting to pick up. Is this going to change the favour of some riders? Are some going to perform better in a little bit of a windier condition, a little bit cooler? Well, the only way to find out is stay tuned right here to the Short Circuit Tours, round number 3 at Formula K. shot chasing him down. Nurmetsman in third. Matthew Schultz, Trevin Linder, Tom Monitz, hoping to Tom Monitz, Sebastian trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Carl Hickman, Troy Tonking, Jamil Dyer, Stefan Grant Mason, and that is our field. Unfortunately, Captain Nico going and landing up with a bit of an accident in qualifying. He is not out on circuit, but is all okay and is watching the racing at the moment. Unfortunately, the bike did get a little bit hurt, so he's not out there, but is going and supporting his fellow riders as they get ready to rock and roll. Wind starting to pick up. Hooligans in training lined up on the line as they get ready to rock and roll right here for heat number 2. And it is going to be go time for our riders. Revving up and away they go. Ruben off to a great start. They're trying to find some Diego one, trying everything he can. He's stuck on the outside. He's making way into turn 2. Diego going up on the inside. Lewin losing out of position. Ruben back up into first place. He's holding his ground. Into the toe. You can see how hard they need to work at the moment. Go a little bit later onto the brakes and really losing out, but our riders all making their way through. You can see filing one by one at this point, trying to figure out how to carry as much momentum as those tires are trying to warm up to optimum conditions. Diego getting a little bit of lift and losing out a bit of time, but immediately making it up at the braking. Seems to be just a little bit more comfortable braking later, maybe a little bit more red bikes to reflect as they're hoping quicker. They'll get onto the brakes a lot later, but does unseat them on the way in, so he's got to be very cautious about it. Lewin's starting to open up the gap now. Lewin dropping really Diego just once again not able to make it as much time as needed. Hoping to put himself in the slipstream. Drive as he winds his way through. Holding it defensive. Hold back Diego to one. Shot. How close everyone is. Matthew Schultz, Trevin Linder still going after one another. They really sink it in a little bit deeper. But the battle for first place is still raging on. Diego once again with that lift. Trying to go a little bit later under braking, looks for the inside, not able to do it. Ruben Ventsman going and keeping himself all in check. Hard onto the brakes, double right-hander into the final corner, and it's just all about keeping the toe. Into turn 1, and you can see how Ruben is going on the defense, taking that tight inside line, really putting on a monstrous charge as he slides his way through. It does look like it's going to be a bit of a battle. Having a huge amount of fun. Hunting it down. The riding team. They are watching this battle, biting team down. Trying to figure out who's going to get it. Ruben going against it inside line once again. Diego trying. So get back onto power. And the toe pulling themselves along. Diego really spacing out. Into a second point, 1 second between them. Ruben now has a little bit more drive, gets a slight lift. Diego losing a bit of time, but once again under braking through the inside complex, is able to just close down on Ruben Benton. Looking once again for the inside line. Ruben just going and closing the door on him and keeping it.
As I said, it's decent at least.
The time is running out.
Okay.
Diego to help get the bike off the circuit and clear enough to keep going. And taking a look, Jamil Dyer going and getting towards out. All-out challenge for them. You can just see how hard Ruben had to push to try and maintain that first place. At the moment, 2 laps to go. Ruben Vetterman keeping ahead of Diego about a second. Diego starting to outbrake himself a little bit. Has to be very cautious. He's trying to close that gap down, pushing harder and harder, but he's trying everything he can, and he mustn't make any mistakes at this point. Late onto the brakes, closing it down. And with 1 lap to go, ladies and gentlemen, it is an all-out charge. Ruben Vetterman leading out with Diego right onto the back of him. Diego trying to get into the toe, pulling himself along as they make their way, snaking their way up the hill. Diego going out a little bit wide, trying to go up on the inside, just not able to make it stick. Trying everything to do a bit of a cutback on Ruben Vetterman. Ruben really battling it out. And now Ruben going defensive, middle of the circuit, just to really force Diego out wide. Diego going late onto the brakes, tried sending it, second guessed it, going for a cutback, not able to do it. Heading up a hill, running out of time, sends it up on the inside, has to brake extremely hard as Ruben going and chopping off his nose, down the hill, snaking their way through, now heading towards the inside complex. Is going to be a monstrous challenge as they get onto the drive. Ruben Vetterman doing everything he can. Diego DuPont trying to go for the inside, late on the brakes, goes and slides it out, losing a bit of time. 2 corners to go. Diego trying his luck, but will he be able to do it? Tries for the inside. Ruben Vetterman taking first place. Diego DuPont taking second place as they come across the line. What an absolutely run. Diego DuPont putting in a phenomenal time of a 1:12.2. Ruben Vetterman will be taking third place. Matthew Schultz, Trevor Linder, Tom Moritz going and running out, along with Sebastiano Diagro, who was actually in the Clubmans a little bit earlier. Sean Peterson, Troy Tonkin, Carl Hickman, Stefan Grand Mason, Jamil Dyer, who went down a little bit earlier, looked a bit sore, but still managed to finish out the race. So hats off to Jamil Dyer, that's for certain. But Ruben Vetterman going and taking a swipe across his brow, knowing that he managed to just narrowly keep Diego at bay. Next up is going to be our SM Junior 65 and 85, so don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our SM Junior 65 and 85. So let's go through. Adam Naidu in first place, followed by Muse Jazad. Giuliano Ciaro, who we saw actually managed to get underneath and really push his way through in the 150s. Sorry, that was Ken Robert that actually managed to get past him. Giuliano Ciaro did a fantastic job. Mafakate in fourth place. Tyler Morgan in fifth, followed by Keaton Diaga, Lorenzo DuPont, along with Jolo, Tristan Swart, Jordan Tungstrom, and Quandre Pokita rounding out the field for our SM Junior 65 and 85. Our David vs. Goliath class looking to do battle. Adam Naidu hoping to carry the momentum through on the 85. He's getting ahead. Muse does that also on an 85. Mafakate in fourth place, going to have to try and make up a bit of time. Giuliano Ciaro having to really push hard. Now we saw narrowly just escaping the clutches as they make their way onto the line. It is going to be an all-out charge. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you want to see gloves coming off? Well, you're about to find it. 6 laps and a whole lot of youngsters ready to prove themselves right here at Formula K for round number 3, heat number 2 of the SM Junior 65 and 85. Revving it up. Lights off and away they go. Adam Naidu going to the middle of the circuit, trying to hold back Muse Jazad. Giuliano trying to do a little bit of a chase. And it looks like Giuliano managing to go into second place. Hold on to the brakes. It does look like Mafakate doing everything he can to try and make up a little bit of ground as he battles his way through. And just taking a look at little man Mafakate. He's right onto the back of Muse Jazad. Giuliano, who got the jump, now down into fourth place and has got a huge amount of pressure as he tries to make his way through. But take a look at little man Mafakate going to give Jazad a run for his money. I do apologize. Yasat. Muse Yasat going and battling out. So Yasat trying everything he can to just hold his ground against a little 65, which will out-corner him. But he has got the legs to try and run away as they make their way down the hill. The little 85 trying to utilize all the horsepower to get away from the 65, knowing that when it comes to cornering, the little 65 will get in and out of the corners a lot quicker. And that's what little man Mafakate is trying to do. Yasat just ahead, doing everything he can, hoping that he can lead the charge. He's second of the 85s and wants to maintain his points, but second overall is not bad. Giuliano, though, starting to close in, and he's starting to have a bit of a problem as Lorenzo DuPont starting to get a little bit closer as well. So Lorenzo and Giuliano are going to have a battle. And take a look as the guys make their way through. There is Giuliano feeling the pressure. Lorenzo, Keaton, Diaga all starting to get a little bit closer. Giuliano having to go a little bit harder under braking. And you can see in camera shot, Mafakate starting to feel the pressure as Giuliano closing down on him. And our riders all making their way through, and you can just see on the camera angle how much rubber and marble starting to build up now into the inside complex as they put the power down. And there is Mafakate feeling the pressure. Giuliano right on the back of him. That rear fairing of the little 65 has got an 85 breathing down his neck. Giuliano doing everything he can, and it does look like Lorenzo DuPont also on a 65, followed by Keaton Diaga and Tyler Morgan also trying to get involved into the fight. So Giuliano, whether it's ahead or behind, he's got a problem with the 65s around him. Going to try and keep the drive all the way up the hill, snaking his way through. It does look like Mafakate is able to get a little bit more of a drive, and that has also allowed Giuliano to fall into the clutches of Lorenzo, who's more than happy to look for the inside line. Not able to make it stick just as yet. Gets back onto the power as they get in the tow. Mafakate feeling the pressure. Giuliano doing everything he can Our hard under braking. Giuliano looks for the inside, just not able to make it stick. Goes out wide, and that does make it as Lorenzo tries to get around. Giuliano managing to defend his position. Mafakate feeling the pressure. Giuliano going out wide. Mafakate having to deal with it, and Lorenzo also getting involved in the fight. But Giuliano around the outside makes it stick. And now focusing on the charge forward. Mafakate up on the inside as the race for third place starts going into a bit of a battle. It's always becoming a concertina effect. No one really having the advantage over one another. Mafakate getting in and out of the corners quicker. Now having to deal with Lorenzo DuPont on behind him. Lorenzo also on a 65 has got the cornering advantage. Giuliano, who's out in front of the train, is having to go on the defense. So let's take a look at who is standing where at the moment. Adam Naidu in first place. Muzit Jazat Yasat in second place. Giuliano Ciaro, Bono Mafakate, Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, Tyler Morgan, all in a battle. Giuliano going defensive as you saw Mafakate going late on the brakes, trying to really sneak it up on the inside. Lorenzo DuPont doing everything he can to try and power his way through. Keaton Diaga trying to get involved in the fight. The 65's really heating up. And at the moment, Mafakate is first to the 65s. Giuliano trying everything he can to maintain first in his class. Giuliano pulling away though, and will be third in his class. 2 laps to go as they make their way around the circuit. Adam Naidu in first place. Muse Yasat in second, along with Giuliano Ciaro. Mafakate first of the 65s, lying in fourth place. Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, Tyler Morgan, all still giving it everything they got. And you can see Giuliano's not pulling too much of a gap away from the little 65s. Mafakate having to go defensive as Lorenzo looking on the inside, tries to go for it, couldn't make it stick. Getting into the toes, side by side, hard on the brakes, and Mafakate coming across the nose of Lorenzo DuPont. Lorenzo trying everything he can to get a little bit more momentum as they make their way around the course. Time is running out for all our riders. And taking a look, last lap for our leaders. Adam Naidu in first place as we're watching the 65 battle. We've got Mafakate feeling Lorenzo, breathing down his neck. Lorenzo looks to the inside line, couldn't make it stick. Mafakate having to go defensive and managing just to hold out at the moment. But for heat number 2, Adam Naidu starting to really extend his lead, and take a look, Mafakate doing everything he can. Lorenzo all over the back of him. Keaton Diaga trying to get involved into the fight as well, really pushing as hard as they can as they make their way around. Side by side between Mafakate and Lorenzo. And Lorenzo getting ahead of Mafakate. Mafakate actually having to slam on the anchors a little bit harder than planned as they battle their way through. But there is our leader, and currently overall leader. Overall and also first in class in the 85s, Adam Naidu. 2 corners to go. Will be scoring the checkered flag for heat number 2. Adam Naidu coming across the line for first place and first in the 85s. Second will be Muse Yasat. But the race is not over yet as they battle their way around. As Giuliano will be taking third in class. Mafakate just getting ahead. Now having to do everything he can. And a drag race to the line. Mafakate beating out Lorenzo DuPont, so getting first in class. Lorenzo second in class with the absolutely phenomenal run. Keaton DeYaga in third in class. Tyler Morgan finishing out in 7th place, trying to make up as much time as possible. Tristan Swart, Jordan Tungstrom, Joe Lowe, and Quandre Pohita, and Daniel Yassat was out on the circuit as well. Good to see Daniel going and having a bit of fun. And that is the end of our SM Junior 65 and 85. Next up was going to be our Masters and Grand Masters, as they'll be heading out for their heat number 2 right here at Formula K for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Share the links with all your family and friends and anyone that will watch and will listen, because it's going to only heat up from here as we head closer towards the end of the day and the end of round number 3. So let's see who can go and pull out the triple win. The only time we'll find out is at the end.
Yeah, that's up when there's a break, no bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our Masters and Grand Masters. First place is Christian Carvello, followed by Vernon Linder, Mark Newland, Tom Moritz, Sean Peterson, Fawn Bronkhurst, and Terrence Charles rounding out in 7th place. And keep an eye on Christian Calvello and Werner Linde. Those two came to blows in heat number 1. And definitely they had a bit of a chat to one another saying, listen, it got a bit close. It got a bit heated. Let's try and keep it all together. And I know that Werner Linde said, listen, Christian, you came in first. But heat number 2 is going to be different. You're going to be looking at my fairing at the end of it. So let's see how it's all going to turn out. I know the discussion has been made. Promises have been put on the line between the two. And they cannot count out that Mark Newland, who was sitting in the wings constantly watching them, he knows where he needs to be. He knows he has an opportunity. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Christian Calvello off to a great start. Werner Linde, Mark Newland, Tom Moritz also to a phenomenal start, trying to go up on the inside, hard braking into turn 2 and really trying to push himself up the line, snaking their way through. Christian Calvello leading it out with Werner trying to close down onto the back of him as they start to open up a little bit of a gap. Mark Newland starting to lose a bit of time in Tom, or it's trying to chase him down. Tom, who got a fantastic start in heat number 1, now having to try and play a little bit of catch up. He's lying in 4th place and doing everything he can to catch up to Mark Newland. Werner Linde and Christian Calvello going back at it once again. You can see Christian Calvello not allowing Werner to get by. Constantly defending that inside line. Werner trying to get a little bit closer, getting a bit of heat into those tires, get to the optimum conditions, and then go racing properly. But there is only 6 laps to play with here, so these riders can't hang about. They're going to have to figure out what's going to be the right way to do it. Hard onto the brakes. Calvello just going a little bit later. But it's the same as what we saw in race number 1. Christian Calvello started opening the gap. And as the race started going on and on, Werner Linde started getting faster and faster and drawed him in and getting ready for the fight. So let's see if it will happen all over again. Will we have a replay of race number 1? Or will Werner Linde keep his promise and finish ahead of Christian Calvello? Into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Calvello just going and clearing his visor a little bit. And actually going and putting his peg on the ground. You could hear a slight chatter as he was making his way through. So definitely having a little bit of a struggle. And Werner now sees that he has an opportunity, as Calvello starting to show cracks a little bit early on. And Linde just keeping that pressure on the whole way around. Slight gap between the two. I'd give it about a 0.4 at the moment as per our timing. But Christian Calvello doing a best lap time of a 1:15.5 from a standing start, which is absolutely phenomenal. But Werner Linde doing a 1:15.8, so trying to improve as they come across the line. And, well, there's a true tell to everything. Christian Calvello doing a 1:14.9, but Werner Linde in 2nd place, a 1:14.8. So 0.1 quicker. It's not by much, but it's enough to go and get you worried, especially if you're getting into this little battle. As they fight their way through, our leaders now taking a look, and Christian Calvello starting to look behind him as Werner sees an opportunity coming by, as there is a back marker going to come into play. Christian Calvello trying to tighten himself up, and Werner Linde doing what he can. The back marker going and moving out the way, and Werner just going, come on. The least you could have done is just held him up ever so slightly as they go and battle it out. Calvello and Linde doing everything they can. Hard onto the brakes. Calvello going and sliding it on the inside, trying everything he can. Runs out a bit wide. Werner Linde trying to make up some ground. A little bit further back, though, it does look like we've got a bit of battle between Tom Moritz and Sean Peterson. Sean Peterson trying to make up a bit of ground, and Tom Moritz hoping to get a little bit more of a battle, as it's 4th and 5th on the line between these two. Mark Newland up ahead, kind of sitting in no man's land. So there we go. Tom Moritz, Sean Peterson into the toe. Tom just managing to keep it. Sean trying everything he can to get back into the drive and pull himself up the hill. Tom, who had a brilliant start in heat number 1, now going and feeling the pressure as Sean's all over the back of him, trying to get onto that rear fairing and push as hard as he can to just close down the gap. Wanting to get out of 5th place, wanting that 4th place as they go on onto the brakes. They'll be snaking their way through, and so we keep an eye on them. But we will be taking a look back to 1st and 2nd. And this is Christian Carvello and Werner Linde. Werner once again still putting us pressure on the inside line. And as we said, as the race continued, he's starting to feel more and more the pressure coming into play. So Christian Carvello's really got to dig it deep with this one. 3 laps to go as they make their way through. Christian Carvello trying to come up the hill a little bit quicker. Werner trying to go a little bit later on the brakes, not able to do it. Christian seems to be rather happy braking a touch later. It's moving around a lot before the braking zone, just trying to keep it all in check. While Werner, on the other hand, is a lot more solid and planted on his line, focusing on those apexes and exits, getting right up the rear wheel, side by side, as they make their way up a hill. Christian Carvello needed to go just a bit later, but he could feel the threat. Werner was right up on the inside of him as they make their way through, and I think Werner's making his intentions well known here. Now, I can tell you, up in the Live X production booth, everyone is standing on end as they watch these two slugging out. They're coming to blows once again. And Werner really putting the pressure on, looks for the inside line. Deep on the inside, Christian Carvello keeping it all at bay as they put the power down. 2 laps to go though, and Werner knows that it's time to pull the trigger. He needs to go and get past Christian Carvello. Christian Carvello knows that he needs to try and maintain his position. Werner so far been quickest, and as they battle their way around, Christian Carvello now needs to get a little bit more drive. This is the last lap, I do apologize. As Werner tries to go for the inside line, Christian Carvello goes defensive. Werner trying his luck, goes to the outside, looking a little bit for the cutback as they make their way through into the toe, pulling themselves along down the hill. And it's an outright charge into the back markers. Christian Carvello and Werner getting by very, very quickly into the complex on the inside of the circuit. Werner trying to go for the inside line, goes and sends it with the brakes, not able to get it by, trying to slug his way through. Checkered flag in hand. Has Christian Carvello done enough? Christian Carvello taking 1st place away from Werner Linde, so close to the line. 3rd place will go to Mark Newland, followed by Tom Moritz, Sean Pearson, and Terence Charles, going and rounding out the field for our Masters and Grand Masters. And once again, a bit of a chat going on. You can see them just talking about it up and down, and it really shows how the guys had a huge amount of fun out there, showing off some great sportsmanship. So let's take a look at the provisional results. Christian Carvello in 1st place, Werner Linde in 2nd, Mark Newland in 3rd, followed by Tom Moritz, Sean Peterson and Terence Charles rounding out the field, with Vaughan Bronkhurst in 7th place. That's done really well, and you can see the guys hanging a bit of cable, get the front wheel up and go and really enjoy themselves. Next up is going to be our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors as they head out onto the circuit for their heat number 2 right here for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. First place, Caden Robert, followed by Honor Erasmus, Diego Dupont, Troy Tonking, Jared J. Penn, Tyler Morgan, Adam Naidu in 7th place. Clinton Seller, first of our 150 Seniors, followed by Taman Kesha, Aston Nesbitt, Lewis Dupont, Dun Tungstrom, Guy Wilson, and Tay Janssen van Rensburg. But I think Adam Naidu and Tay are going to sit this one out. But I am interested to see if Clint Seller will once again help his teammate, Caden Roberts, claw his way to the top. Caden pulled an unbelievable move in the third last corner, going up on the inside and managing to get round the back markers and get round. Here's two competitors, Honor Erasmus and Diego Dupont. Will he be able to do that again? We're about to find out as the riders lined up on the line, waiting for the lights. Lights will go on. And once lights go off, race will be on. Caden Roberts in first place, a kick to get the drive. And away they go. Caden Roberts off to a fantastic start. Honor Erasmus in second. Diego trying to close up in third place. And our 150 Seniors also getting off to a start. So our 150 Cup, our juniors making their way through turn 3 now. Caden just ahead. And it does look like Diego and Honor Erasmus looking to do battle once again. Diego getting into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Honor Erasmus doing everything he can to keep up the momentum as they pull themselves. And Tyler Morgan doing everything he can to get involved in the fight. So the 150 Cup heating up for second and third place. Diego trying to go up on the inside. Can he go a little bit late on the brakes? Does so. Honor Erasmus tries to come back at him. Not able to make it stick. Diego trying to close down the gap to Caden Robert. Didn't have the best of starts, but also not too far behind. Here's likes of Tyler Morgan, Troy Tonkin, and Jared J. Penn as they try to make up a little bit of ground. And our 150 Seniors also making their way around the circuit, really doing phenomenal work as we keep an eye towards our 150 Cup. Does look like Honor Erasmus starting to feel the pressure. He's getting a lot of pressure put onto him in the rear fender, trying to keep a little bit more of a tighter line as they make their way through. And this is a 6-lap race. And once again, big prize money on the line. First place for the 150 Cup gets 5,000 Rand cash in an envelope at the end of the day. There we go. Best way to sort it out. And if you're in a 150 Senior class, you get 10,000 Rand, and that's, well, that's a great payday to come to the racing, have a bunch of fun, and walk away with quite a few Rands in the pocket as our riders make their way around the circuit. Caden leading out the field. Diego Dupont, Honor Erasmus, Troy Tonkin, Tyler Morgan, Clint Seller up into 6th place. Clinton Seller, a multinational champion who really knows his way around a bike. Also part of the King Price Extreme. We saw him, despite starting 15 to 20 seconds after the 150 Cup, they've been really making up a huge amount of ground to try and close down. So let's see if he'll be able to close up to our front pack once again, now that he's got just a few laps to go. Honor Erasmus dealing with Troy Tonkin right behind him. Troy able to close down under braking and really putting in the extra bit of work as they fight their way through. You can see the guys really trying to get it all together. A little bit further back, Tyler Morgan trying to have a bit of fun, but it does look like Clint Seller up into 5th place, doing a 118.5, which is absolutely phenomenal stuff. And there he is on screen at the moment. Clinton Seller, multi-national champion, now catching up and working his way through the 150 Cup and hoping that he can keep up the momentum. At this point, he's doing everything possible to try and close in on his teammate up ahead. Caden Roberts and Seller now looking to try and get past Troy Tonkin, keeping the toe. Goes up on the inside, forces Troy Tonkin a little bit further up a pit lane. and now getting past. So just that little bit of pressure, he managed to get by. Now it's all on for Arno Erasmus just ahead. Remember, he's not in the same class as these guys, but he's looking for an overall win just for bragging rights. Arno Erasmus going on the defensive, trying everything he can to really put on the momentum. And Diego trying to close down on the likes of Caden Roberts. Absolutely phenomenal stuff with our riders really going that extra mile. Clint Seller not getting too involved, tries to go up on the inside, does so, but Troy Tonking now losing out a little bit of drive. Has to try and work his way through, utilizing the slipstream to close down on Arno Erasmus as they make their way down the back straight. And it does look like Troy Tonkin is Clinton Seller hoping to get a little bit more drive now and close down on Diego DuPont. And you can see how he's winding his way through. Looking maybe, just maybe, will it be enough? Closing down on second place, Diego DuPont. Caden Roberts out in first place, leading a bit of a charge. Caden Robert coming across the line. Clinton Seller bettering his best lap time of a 118.855, which is absolutely phenomenal. Diego DuPont now having to deal with him. Clinton Seller looking up on the inside, not able to make it stick. And this is where Diego just wants to try and let Clint Seller by without losing too much time, and then utilize the toe. Clint Seller making it rather difficult for him though, and runs him out a little bit wide. But now Diego is in the toe to pull himself along. A little bit further back though. Clinton Seller hoping to get a little bit more of a drive, and he is pulling Diego DuPont along as he looks to go up on the inside. But a little bit further back we do have a bit of a battle of Troy Tonking and Arno Erasmus. They're fighting for class at the moment. They're fighting for third. So as our riders making their way through, Troy Tonking just keeping ahead of Arno Erasmus and maintaining that third place. The guys really knuckling down to get a little bit more of a charge as they power their way through. Troy Tonking really doing everything he can, keeping a very, very tight line as he fights his way through. It's all or nothing. Clint Seller and Caden Roberts on the last lap. The two King Price Extreme bikes making their way through. And you can see. So Caden Roberts keeping ahead of Clinton Seller. Clinton just following a suit. First in each class. Caden Roberts first of the 150 Cup. Clinton Seller first of the 150 Senior, going and sneaking by on the inside. And Clinton Seller will be taking first place overall. Caden Roberts will be taking first in class, second overall. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Diego DuPont second of the 150 Cup. Troy Tonking will be taking third of the 150 Cup, followed by Arno Erasmus. Taban Keshwa taking second in the 150 Senior. Aston Nesbitt taking third in the 150 Senior and seventh overall. So absolutely great stuff. But Tyler Morgan, Lewis upon Jared J. Penn, Tongue Storm, Guy Wilson going and rounding out our field for our 150 Cup. The wind is starting to pick up There's a bite in the air of a note out here in Benoni at Formula K. Next up, though, is going to be our SM Junior 50cc, so don't go anywhere. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's give a big thank you to all our sponsors. Without them, it would not be possible. So a big thank you to all our sponsors for the season, to the 357 AN Racing, along with Energade keeping us all powered up, along with DSTV, as well as G&G Sales Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, and we cannot forget Nexo for all the safety gear for all riding. So make sure that you go and give our sponsors a like, give them a follow. Lots happening on their social media. Also, go and enjoy our social media. Go and like our Facebook page and Instagram. Also, out on YouTube, go and hit the subscribe button. And also keep track of everything that's going on. There's a lot happening. There's lots of content coming your way. And it's not to be missed at all here at the SA Short Circuit Series. The best in short circuit racing. And honestly, it's an absolute honor to see some of the fastest riders in South Africa go and slug it out for the honors for the end of the year to be called champion. And we're going to see it all happening as the year continues. This is only round number 3. Round number 4 next will be at Polokwane. So make sure that you go and write down the date. On the 24th of June, we'll be heading off to Polokwane to go have a bit of fun. A circuit that many, many riders love. But next up is going to be our SM Junior 50cc as they take to the circuit here at Formula K. So first place will be Ethan de Vries, followed by Blake Robert, Keaton Diaga, Jolo, Quandre Porchita, Moritz Otten will be rounding out our field. It's been some phenomenal racing here today. This is only Heat 2, and we're really slugging it out. way through. So Ethan de Vries now starting to feel the pressure. Blake Robert going out a bit wide. Keaton Diaga try chasing him down. As how they make their way into turn 1. Down into turn 2. This is where it gets a little bit tricky for everyone. Blake Robert focusing on the monstrous charge ahead. Ethan de Vries keeping ahead. Blake Robert in second place. Keaton Diaga trying to go after him. Gets into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Not getting by just as yet. Hard under braking. Keaton Diaga tries to go for the inside line. Blake Robert going and closing it off. Ethan de Vries just keeping ahead. But Keaton Diaga actually the fastest currently out on circuit, doing a 51.73. Blake Robert doing a 51.74. And Ethan de Vries doing a 51.8. So at the moment, Ethan de Vries just keeping ahead, while these two are slugging it out behind him. Blake Roberts actually holding Keaton Diaga back. They're side by side with one another. It does look like Blake is able to out-drag Keaton Diaga, but Keaton trying to go underneath him. Once again, not able to do so. The two leaning on each other. Blake Robert managing to just get by. Keaton once again going for that inside line, able to just keep it all tucked in to get a little bit more drive, but just not having the same top end as Blake Roberts as they make their way through. So Blake now trying everything he can to get into the toe of Ethan de Vries, who has opened up a 1 second gap to second and third at the moment. Side by side battle. Keaton trying to go up on the inside, manages to sneak by. Blake losing out of position, now has to come back. So Keaton Diaga on a monstrous charge, hoping that he will have enough of a pull to close down on Ethan de Vries, but they're running out of time as they battle their way around the circuit. And you can see it's all or nothing for these young riders. Ethan de Vries keeping ahead. Keaton Diaga trying to close down that gap. Blake Roberts in third place wants to try and retake the position. It's all about championship points. It's becoming very, very crucial. A little bit further down, Jolo, Quandre Porkita, Monitz Otten all trying to get a little bit more of a run. Monitz Otten a little bit lonesome at the moment. Jolo and Quandre Porkita are battling it out for 4th and 5th place as we're on our last lap. So Ethan de Vries is doing everything he can. Keaton Diaga got a little bit more drive now. Couple of corners to go. Ethan trying to keep it all together. Keaton Diaga right behind him, putting on a bit of pressure. 2 corners to go. Checkered flag in sight on the right-hand side. They could just see it. And Ethan doing everything he can, getting the checkered flag. And there we go. Ethan de Vries getting first place. Keaton Diaga in second. Blake Roberts in third. 4th place is still open cards, though, as we're waiting to see. It looks like Jolo is going to be getting across the line in 4th place, with Quandre Porkita in 5th. And Monitz Otten rounding out the field. Absolutely phenomenal riding from our SM Junior 50cc. Next up, though, we're going to be moving on to our SM1 and SM1S. It's not to be missed, so keep an eye on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, as we're nearing the end of the racing for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And it's all on the cards for every single one of these classes. It's a bit cooler. The clouds have rolled in, and it's game time for everyone to get their way to the top and bag those last-ditch important points.
I'm still gonna have a long till I get home. I'm in Benoni. This race is probably only like halfway, so
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our SM1 and SM1S. Aston Nesbitt in first place, Ryan van Niekerk in second, Werner Linde, Brandon Hickelman, Christian Carvello, Lewis DuPont in sixth place for our SM1s. Then our SM1S is Hunter Dreyer, Michael Lowe, and Tage Jans van Rensburg. And it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal run to the line. And we saw Ryan van Niekerk got very, very close to Aston Nesbitt, but outbraked himself and lost out a lot of time. So Aston Nesbitt, who is in first place, got to deal with Ryan van Niekerk. Hunter Dreyer, who's in third place and back after an operation. Werner Linde had to battle out with Brandon Hickelman and Christian Carvello. Revving it up, lights off, and away they go. Aston Nesbitt off to a very poor start. That's allowed Ryan van Niekerk to dive up on the inside. Now Aston's trying to really send it in on the inside very late, not able to do it. Christian Carvello runs out wide and loses out of position as well. As they make their way through, Hunter Dreyer getting a little bit closer into the mix. He's trying to pull himself along. And it's turning into a same as race number one. Heat number two now becoming a little bit more difficult. Ryan van Niekerk running out a little bit wide. Aston Nesbitt trying to go into the toe as they battle their way through. Hunter Dreyer doing everything he can. Ryan van Niekerk trying to get a little bit more of a toe, pulling himself along, and now needs to work his way down the hill. Aston Nesbitt just keeping as close as he can, running over the curbs and getting a little bit unstable as well, so pushing a little bit too hard. Got to dial it back. There's a lift on the front wheel as well as they come over the hill. So he's really trying everything he can to just keep it all in check. But the front lifting a little bit too high has cost him a severe amount of time. He's going to have to try and pull it all back, going late on the brakes. As the rest of our riders come through, Hunter Dreyer in third place, Werner Linde in fourth, followed by Christian Carvello, Brandon Hickelman, Lewis DuPont in seventh place, trying to make a bit more of a charge. Ryan van Niekerk feeling the pressure of Aston Nesbitt all over him. Aston, the defending champion of our SM1 class. And he is really trying to keep it all together with the likes of Ryan van Niekerk, who has been his protege for the SM1s, going and giving him his chance, saying, listen, give Ryan a chance at Idube to go and have a bit of fun. And at the moment, I think he's regretting having Ryan van Niekerk in the field, as Aston Nesbitt is really feeling the pressure as the youngster showing what he can do. Ryan van Niekerk trying to get a little bit later onto the brakes. Aston Nesbitt trying to go around the outside, not able to do it, carrying as much momentum as possible into the double apex, looks for the inside line. Ryan van Niekerk stopping dead on the apex and causing Aston Nesbitt to go a little bit harder on the brakes and losing out a bit of time. Down into turn two. Now they're going to start winding their way back up the hill. Aston Nesbitt has got the momentum though, trying to pull his way through, and Ryan van Niekerk making that bike as wide as possible. Aston Nesbitt hunting left and right at this point. Dives up on the inside. And you could see side by side Ryan van Niekerk and Aston Nesbitt getting rather pushy with one another. Aston up on the inside, sends it late on the brakes. Ryan van Niekerk leads on him, and Aston Nesbitt just narrowly takes it. Ryan van Niekerk tries coming back at him and does so close to one another and risking it properly. If you want to talk about madness, if you want to talk about they have made peace, that they will get hurt, they are leaning on each other. Ryan van Niekerk and Aston Nesbitt are really turning this into a monstrous race. And, well, they've just turned motor racing into a little bit of a contact sport, elbow to elbow, knee to knee, staring at the white in each other's eyes when they go side by side. But Aston Nesbitt managing to keep a little bit more ahead of Ryan van Niekerk this time around. Hunter Dreyer in third place, trying to pull on the toe. But just to give you an idea of what's happening, Aston Nesbitt's best lap time, 1:10.892. Last lap time was a 1:10.953. Ryan van Niekerk, a 1:10.95 was his best lap time. Last lap time, a 1:11.4. So has lost a little bit of pace with getting overtaken. Aston Nesbitt working on the charge. Ryan van Niekerk trying to get a little bit closer to him. As our riders really do everything they can, working their way down the hill. It looks like Aston's starting to open up a bit more of a gap now. Ryan van Niekerk dropping back ever so slowly as they make their way through the infield. Hunter Dreyer just doing everything he can. He's in third place, bagging some valuable points and just really sliding the bike around for a rider who came out of an operation, just getting some work done on his eyes. I think he can see every apex and exit absolutely perfectly. And cannot throw out Werner Linde in fourth place, also making a bit of ground with Christian Carvello actually dropping down. It looks like Brandon Hickelman managing to get by. So Christian Carvello now having to do everything he can to make up a bit of time. Aston Nesbitt going late onto the brakes. And Aston Nesbitt really just sliding it through. Ryan van Niekerk trying his might to close down. Not able to do it just yet. Aston Nesbitt 110.047, getting close to those 109s. Ryan van Niekerk at 110.4. Ryan just starting to lose that little bit of pace. Starting to have Aston Nesbitt pulling away from him as they dial the bikes in. Hunter Dreyer trying to get a little bit closer, but losing track. And our leaders having to really dig deep at the moment to carry as much of the pace. With 3 laps to go, it's all starting to open up. Aston Nesbitt, Ryan van Niekerk starting to drop back in second place. Hunter Dreyer currently in third. Werner Linde, Christian Carvello, Brandon Hickelman, Lewis DuPont in seventh place. And you can see Ryan just going and lifting his leg, trying to maneuver the balance of the bike, just to try get a little bit more centered as he really digs it in deep. And just to give you an idea, these guys are literally braking and changing down. They're using the engine braking to just slow them down enough. Now this is what really shows off our SM1 and SM1S. The guys are able to push that little bit harder, able to try and work out what's going to do it. And not only just by utilizing the brakes, but actually using the gearing of the bikes to go and slow them down right at the last minute. As the field opens up, Aston Nesbitt putting a 1.2 second, heading into a 1.3 second gap between himself and Ryan van Niekerk. Hunter Dreyer trying to slow down as much as possible with 1 lap to go. It's all on the cards for heat number 2. Ryan van Niekerk tried his luck, but dropping off the back of Aston Nesbitt ahead of him. And Aston Nesbitt knows that he's just got to keep it all together for a couple more corners around the airplane here at Formula K. You can see Aston just a little bit more gentle this time round. Ryan van Niekerk pushing a little bit harder, just trying everything he can to close down that gap to Aston Nesbitt. Anything can happen, and it's all about hitting those apexes and exits. Aston looking to go and get a double win for the day, and soon hoping to get the triple when they come to the end. But Aston Nesbitt coming across the line, taking first place for the SM1s and SM1S. Second place going to Ryan van Niekerk. Hunter Dreyer will be taking third place after a phenomenal run, along with Werner Linde, Christian Carvello, Brandon Hickelman, and Lewis DuPont going to be rounding out the field for our SM1 and SM1S. So there we go, a little bit of wheelies happening. Hunter Dreyer having a bit of fun. But let's take a look at our provisional results while everyone's putting the wheels in the air. Aston Nesbitt taking first place, Ryan van Niekerk, Hunter Dreyer, Werner Linde, Christian Carvello, Brandon Heckelman, and Lewis DuPont rounding out in 7th place. Next up, though, we're moving on to heat number 3, and we're going to be jumping right in with our clubmans for their final heat of the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're heading into the final heats of the day here at Formula K, and just show you a little bit of the circuit. Off the start line, the guys are going to go into turn 1, head down the hill into turn 2. The sharp right-hand hairpin is going to be a main concern for the guys to try and figure out. And as they battle their way up turn 2 to turn 3, they go a short little burst on the straight into turn 4, turn 5. And try and pull their way up the hill. They've got to really snake their way around. So keep an eye on turn 2. It's going to be interesting. We saw some great maneuvering, some great passes here at Formula K. It's been a rather exciting time. So now we move on to our clubmans, their final heat of the day. And I know everyone's chomping at the bit to get out onto the circuit and maximize the amount of time racing. It has gotten a little bit darker. It's gotten a little bit cooler. And we know Arne Erasmus from the clubman's hoping to get a little bit more of a jump off the line and make it 3 for 3 for today. Sebastiano in 2nd place will be trying to break that streak. Terence Charles getting ahead of Warden Bronkhurst in the last race. And let's see how it all works out. With Jock Swanepoel actually doing a really phenomenal job. Good to see a new name out on the field. And I've got to say, has really been having a bit of fun out here, which is always fantastic to see. Standing here in the commentary box, though, I know that the Live X production teams is really enjoying the racing, really excited to see how it all turns out. And a big thank you to all our sponsors for making this possible here at the SA Short Circuit Series. But as we get ready for the final heat of the day, well, the final heat for our clubmans, I do apologize. It's our heat 3, the first of the heat 3 is heading out onto the circuit. They'll be lining up, getting ready to rock and roll. Ready to go, lights off, light, and away they go. Arne Erasmus off to a great start. Sebastiano tried coming back at him, wasn't able to make it stick. Terence hoping to get a little bit more of a run. Vaughan doing everything he can. Sebastiano actually getting ahead of Arne Erasmus under braking. So Sebastiano looking to break the streak of Arne Erasmus. Now trying to get a little bit more of a drive. Has Arne Erasmus lost a little bit of momentum? Will he be able to get it back? Sebastiano going out a little bit wide, trying to carry the momentum through. Honor Erasmus trying to come back at him. Not able to do it just yet. Under braking. Sliding a little bit. So Honor Erasmus not too happy on the bike this time. Sebastiano, who's been second in heat number 1 and heat 2, now ahead of Honor Erasmus. Honor trying everything he can to put back the fight as they make their way down the hill. So Honor now feeling the pressure for once. Sebastiano keeping the momentum through the inside complex. Honor Erasmus doing everything he can to just keep in tow. Looks for the inside line, unable to do it. Sebastiano getting a little bit more of a drive as they put the power down. Sebastiano, who's been out for quite some time, along with Honor Erasmus, now starting to wear out. And I wonder if Honor Erasmus has gotten a little bit too tired at this point and losing out the time. Sebastiano having a little bit more endurance than Honor Erasmus. And this is what we're starting to see their fix. They race in multiple classes, and it looks like Sebastiano is able to eke out just a little bit ahead of Honor Erasmus. Honor trying to get a little bit of drive. Sebastiano getting a little bit squirrely under braking. Comes across the front. Weaves a little bit just to try and break the toe. Honor having to get a little bit on the brakes. The KTM struggling this time around. Honor looks for the inside. Sebastiano closing it off as they make their way through the hill. As they get back on the charge. Sebastiano not giving up just as yet. Honor really getting it. His elbows out trying to get into the fight. But Sebastiano starting to open up the gap a little bit more. Has Sebastiano got what it takes to break the streak of Honor Erasmus finishing up in first place? It's going to be close, and it's all or nothing at this point. And you can be sure Honor's wanting to make it 3 for 3. Tries to go around the outside, has to brake a little bit harder. Sebastiano not letting it happen just as yet. These riders have got 8 laps to deal. Well, they got 6 laps. And Arno, who is focusing incredibly hard at the moment to try and close down on Sebastiano. But it looks like Sebastiano's endurance seems to be helping out on this one. As Arno tries to go around the outside, not able to stick. Makes a little bit of a cutback. Sebastiano leaning on Arno a little bit. Arno just able to go a little bit later on the break. Sebastiano trying to come back at him. And Arno deciding he's going to get past and try and open up the gap. Absolutely phenomenal work as our riders make their way through. You can see how hard Sebastiano had to push to try and keep Arno at bay, but Arno getting a little bit of clear air, now starting to open up the gap a little bit more, getting the power down and focusing on the championship at hand. He needs to maximize every point possible to go for an outright win and also give him some breathing room in case something does happen. He's got points to play with, and the only way you're going to do that is finishing in first place. Sebastiano trying to close down the gap. Third place is Terence Charles, followed by Vaughan Broncos and Jacques Swanepoel in 5th place. As it does look like Sebastiano dropping off. Honor Erasmus took some time just to warm up and seems to have got his eye back in as they fight their way through. Honor Erasmus opening up the gap away from Sebastiano. And it's absolutely amazing to see these riders really slug it out here at Formula K for heat number 3. Round 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. It has been a real phenomenal run for the Clubmans, and we look forward to seeing the class grow bigger and bigger. So if you are a rider that wants to get involved with some SA Short Circuit racing, well, this is the place to be. It is open cards for bikes to go and have a bit of fun here in the Clubmans. Whether you're running on a 150 or whether you're running on a motard, you have an opportunity to come and test out the waters and also get to fight in a competitive field. They trips around the country in the Clubmans, and who knows, maybe you join like Honor Erasmus and Sebastiano. But we can't also forget Terence Charles and Vaughan Bronckhurst and Jacques Swanepoel all moving into different classes during the day, whether it be into our SM2s, our Masters and Grandmasters, our 150 Cup. The guys tend to have a huge amount of fun. So come and join us here in the Clubmans for our SA Short Circuit Series as they power their way through. Time starting to tick over as they put the power down. Sebastiano really doing everything he can, but it looks like Arno Erasmus has checked out a little bit. Third place, a little bit further back, is Terence Charles, but Arno Erasmus getting past has managed to put about a 3.5 second gap between himself and second place. So absolutely phenomenal work, and once getting that little bit of clear air, he was able to stretch his leg. Oh, and we looks like and just down by the start line as Arno Erasmus comes through. There's a bit of on the bikes, and that might have been Jacques Swanepoel who slid out. So Jacques Swanepoel going and sliding out and losing out a bit of time. Next up, we will be moving on to our novice Minimoto Novice and Pee-wee 50. That'll be our next class out for their heat number 3. As we wait for our leader. Arno Erasmus on his last lap, looking to open it up. So far, best time, a 1:20.006, absolutely superb running. And Sebastiano did everything he could to try and take the fight to him. His best lap time was a 1:21.7. Unfortunately, Arno Erasmus managed to get on by past Sebastiano and focus on the charge as they make their way through. Getting a little bit more of a drive. Couple of corners to go for our leader. And Arno Erasmus can go home smiling, knowing that he got 3 for 3 right here at Formula Cave for the SA Short Circuit Series. Round 3, bagging some major points. Second place will be going to Sebastiano Diagro, followed by Terence Charles, Vaughan Bronkhurst, and Jacques Swanepoel, rounding out the field. And away they go on SM June Mini Motor Novice and Pee Wee 50. But it's Otten, Kostelis, Xander Detoy, Declan Skuman, Tanner Oosthuizen and Tebel Mafakate going and battling it out. It does look like Otten managing to get ahead and starting to open up a substantial lead over the likes of Krios and Xander. You're looking to try get a little bit closer. I say get into a little bit of a battle. Declan Skuman and Tanner Oosthuizen also looking to get into a fight. Tebel Mafakate going and following up on the rear as we keep an eye, and that does look like it might be Skuman that's having a bit of fun. Declan having a great tow, trying to pull himself along. Side by side between the two and coming across the nose, and it really does show these young riders trying out different lines, hoping to get a little bit more of a push as they work on their career to being some of the top riders in South Africa. And I will say it now, our future champions, world champions, we're watching them live going around in the early stages of their racing career. But it's Otten currently in first place, Xander Toy in second, Krios Telos in third place, Declan Skuman, Tanner Oosthuizen, Tebel Mafakate, all having a great run. But keep an eye on the likes of Krios, Declan and Tanner Oosthuizen. They seem to be going and duking it out. Tanner Oosthuizen, Skuman and Telos doing everything they can, trying to get into the toe, really trying to pull themselves along and turning into a bit of a race. You could see Oosthuizen actually moving across the nose. Oh, sorry, that's Declan Skuman moving across the nose of Oosthuizen. Oosthuizen doing everything he can to try and make a little bit of momentum and turn it into a big push as he gets right onto the back of Declan Skuman. Skuman doing everything he can to just try carry the momentum through. Oosthuizen now getting a little bit more of a drive as they're heading into turn one. Has to back out of it though. It does look like Declan moving all over, just going and slowly eliminating any room. And it does look like Telots as well losing a bit of drive. And now it's turning into Krios, Declan and Tanner Oosthuizen going and battling it out. The three really slugging it out amongst each other and hoping to get a little bit more of a drive. But Krios keeping just ahead. Declan doing everything he can to try and close it down. Tanner Oosthuizen constantly on the rear fairing of Skuman. So we'll have to keep an eye whether Skuman will be able to keep up the momentum, keep up this pace that is needed. He goes out wide and he comes across the circuit where Oosthuizen's a lot more planted on his line, but just doesn't seem to be as confident under braking. So has got the fundamentals of keeping the line, but just needs to build that extra little bit of confidence to keep on the power. At the moment, Monitz Otten in first place, Xander Detoy, Krios Telots in third place, Declan Skuman, Tanner Oosthuizen, Tebel Mafakate round out our field. As they put the power on SM2s, our hooligans in training will be coming out next. And I know I can just see them over in the distance, keeping an eye on these youngsters that are properly giving it everything they've got. Monitz Otten doing a 109.2 as his best lap time. Xander Detoy doing a 112.0, followed by Krios Telots in doing a 115.9 as they put down the power, really hoping to put on the charge. But as we wait for our leader, we'll be taking the line. Monitz Otten will be taking the checkered flag and across the line. So Monitz Otten taking first place and taking 3-4-3 for today. Xander Detoy in second place. And absolutely great stuff And still a bit of a race at the moment. It does look like Krios keeping ahead in third place. Declan Skuman battling it out. Tanu Oosthuizen lining up side by side. Is it going to be enough? And it does look like Skuman just keeping ahead of Oosthuizen. Just getting a little bit earlier on the throttle. Fantastic stuff. And Tebo Mafakate rounding out the field. Absolutely phenomenal for heat number 3 of our Novice and Pee Wee 50, their final heat of the day, and I know they're going to be really, really excited with the tremendous effort. Next up is going to be our SM2s, our hooligans in training, will duke it out for their final heat of the day, and it's not to be missed, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go anywhere. Right here at the SA Short Circuit Series, round number 3 of 2023.
There's supposed to be some singer here, something. They are, bro. All day with gold fucking t-shirts on, and afterwards like vlogging that side. Hele VIP. It's a black one. I don't know, bro. That happened, yes, but... 9 o'clock, bro. It's probably 8:30. Checking the weather now, another one I can see. Huh? Huh? So they check the weather now, they just want to see. This is the last heat, bro. So all those bikes in Spurdy. Yep. Done 2 classes, I think there's 5 left. 5 or 6 left. But I think they shortened the laps a bit. They're on 5 laps. Some of those mazes there. Yeah. Those ones there holding on the windows. The one who's been complaining about his back and that. My phone died just now. I was like, oh fuck. You got it back, were you there? Huh? Yeah, I was there by the fence when I got here, bro. I checked him, so I stopped there first. No, my feet, bro. My legs. Been standing here since 9, bro. Standing. Yeah, in the same spot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as our SM2s make their way out onto the circuit, Ruben Vetterman in first place, Diego DuPont in second, Lewin Vetterman, Matthew Schultz, Travin Linder, Tom Moritz, Sebastiano Diagro, who we saw a little bit earlier in Clubman, Sean Peterson, Troy Tonkin, Carl Hickerman, Stefan Grand Mason, and Jamil Dyer are going to be out on the circuit for their final heat in the SM2s, looking to make an impact here at Formula K for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. And it's going to be an outright charge. Ruben hoping to get ahead of Diego DuPont. Diego has been constantly putting pressure on Ruben And Lewin is going to be one to keep an eye out for as well. He's chasing down his brother. But Diego and Ruben have been at each other's throats left, right, and center. They're looking to get a little bit more of a run as they line up on the line. So lights will go on. Lights will go off for the final time for the SM2s for their heat number 3. Their final heat of the day. And it's all on the cards as they clear the grid. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Ruben off to a fantastic start. Lewin actually getting a terrible start and dropping down the field, losing 5 positions off the start of the field. Just wasn't able to get that start he wanted, bouncing up and down. Ruben getting a great start. Diego a little bit slow off the line. And now having to make up a little bit of time. Trevor Linder also having a phenomenal start. He's lying in 3rd place. But it does look like Ruben and Diego are going to do battle once again. Traven just keeping enough of them in the sights. And Lewin also trying to make up a bit of ground as he battles onwards. Ruben keeping ahead of Diego Dupont, trying everything he can. Diego trying to go up on the inside as the grid passes through at the top. Double apex right-hander, making it rather difficult for our riders. As the grid comes through, now getting a bit of a shot down as they make their way in through the infield. There's Ruben along with Diego going around the outside, not able to make it stick. Looks to the inside, not close enough. Just as yet, going to go a little bit later on the brakes. Ruben going a little fraction later and has managed to move himself a little bit more forward as they get back onto the power. So as it stands, Ruben Vetterman, Diego Dupont, Trevor Linder, Sebastiano going and dropping down. So Ruben Vetterman, Diego Dupont, Trevor Linder, Lewin Vetterman, Matthew Schultz, Sebastiano Diagro, and Tom Moritz in 7th place at the moment. But Diego going after Ruben Vetterman as hard as possible, seeing where he can go up on the inside, not able to make it stick just as yet, getting into the toe. Ruben moving slightly over to the middle of the circuit, trying to bait the likes of Diego to go on to the outside. Diego tries to look for the cutback. It's a drag race up the hill. Ruben just managing to get by. Diego looks to the inside to tuck the front wheel in, not able to do so just as yet. Really putting on the power as they charge down the hill. Diego looks to put the front wheel underneath him, not able to do it. So Diego trying to put his front fairing forward and try force the likes of Ruben Vetterman to back out of it as they battle their way through. Diego in a hard charge at the moment, doing everything he can to go and force Ruben to lose out a little bit of time into turn 2. And here's our riders as they make their way into turn 1. You can see everyone going and taking a little bit of a tighter line. That tells me that there's a lot more grip on the inside line. Diego going out wide, out brakes Ruben right at the top. Sneaks past, Ruben comes back at him. Diego just keeping ahead. Took a proper dive. Now Ruben going up on the inside, not able to make it stick just as yet. Diego holding his line, ensuring that he can get a little bit more of a drive as they make their way around the top. Now they've got to snake their way down. Ruben losing a bit of time. Diego trying everything he can to open up the gap. And Ruben now needs to knuckle down, needs to try and think of what's going to work for him. Lewin is in 3rd place, starting to close down. Traven Linder getting a little bit of airtime as well. And Matthew Schultz. So all the riders hoping that they can get a little bit more momentum. Ruben Vetterman last lap time of 1:14.086. Diego Dupont, no, I'll scratch that. Diego Dupont actually in 1st place, did a 1:13.3. Ruben Vetterman doing a 1:14.086. And his last lap time was a 1:14.34. And that going and losing out a bit of time. As Diego starting to stretch open his lead a little bit more. Ruben trying to close it down under braking. Really clamping down on those front brakes to try and slow himself down right at the last minute. Diego going and slugging it out. As Troy Tonking, Tom Moritz all duking it out. So it's Troy Tonkin, Tom Moritz and Sean Peterson that are trying to get a little bit of momentum. Tom Moritz on that number 17 bike, Troy Tonkin and 52, Sean Peterson on the 121 bike as they make their way around the circuit, trying to get a little bit more momentum. As Diego DuPont still pulling away from Ruben Vetzman. Ruben doing everything he can to just try and close it down. Goes a fraction later on the brakes. As they battle their way around. Diego coming hard on the brakes. Ruben trying to get into the toe, pulling himself along, really sliding his way through. Diego just keeping a fraction ahead at the moment, braking a fraction later than Ruben Vetterman, but it's doing just enough as they keep on the gas, as they power their way through. Now SM2's not holding anything back at this point. With 2 laps to go, Diego DuPont needs to just try and hang on as long as possible. Ruben Vetterman going and making their way around. Ruben Vetterman closing down on the likes of Diego DuPont as we watch our riders come through turn 1, really giving it everything they got, trying to carry as much momentum as possible. As our riders really focusing on a hard charge. Tom Moritz losing a bit of time to Sean Peterson. Diego losing a little bit of time. Goes late on the brakes. Ruben trying to make up as much ground as possible as they're heading towards the line. Who's going to cross the line first? And it does look like Diego DuPont getting ahead of Ruben Vetterman. Diego DuPont, Ruben Vetterman, followed by Leon Vetterman, Travin Linda. A little bit further back, Matthew Schultz, Troy Tonking going and battling it out. Diego DuPont getting ahead and finishing just ahead of Ruben Vetterman. Ruben actually doing the best time of a 1:12.6. Leon Vetterman in 3rd place, followed by Travin Linda, Matthew Schultz, Troy Tonkin, Tom Moritz in 7th place. Sean Peterson, Sebastiano Diagro, followed by Carl Hickerman, Jamil Dyer, and Stefan Grand Mason rounding out the field for our SM2s here at Formula K for round number 3. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And now we move on to our SM Junior 65 and 85 as they'll be heading out on the circuit. Big thank you to our sponsors for making it all possible this season, and without them we wouldn't be here. The 357 AN Racing, along with Inner Jade going and putting in a huge amount of support, keeping us powered up. DSTV, followed by G&G Sales and Training Institute, Motor City Auto Spares, and Nexo, keeping us all safe and sound while looking great. Thank you to all our sponsors for making this season possible for 2023. All the coverage being brought to you by LiveX of the SA Short Circuit Series. Make sure that you follow all our social media on Facebook and Instagram, as there's lots to go and talk about. There's lots to see. And a little bit later, we'll get to chat to a couple of our celebrities down in the pits. But next up is going to be our SM Junior 65 and 85. And let's see what they can do for their final heat of the day.
Let's take the wireless camera. Oven can go there too. The rest of us take it out for us. Yes, Garrett.
All right, as we move on to our SM Junior 65 and 85. First place is Adam Naidu, followed by Muse Yasat, Juliana Ciaro, Bono Mafakate, Lorenzo DuPont, Keaton Diaga, Tyler Morgan, going and having a bit of fun in 7th place. Tristan Swart, Jordan Tungstrom, Joe Lowe, and Quandre Porhita, along with Daniel Yasat, rounding out our field. The 65 and 85s. Always a challenge out on the circuit. The 65s able to out-corner the 85s. So the 85s, well, there's no replacement for displacement. They can just open up the gas and get a little bit away. And we're going to find out when it comes to the final heat.
How did you come here, bro? I told him I'm coming to join the camera crew from LiveX, and then the Tommy said, just make sure you make fast. There's small bikes now that won't kill you. I said, okay, sure. And then I walked here, bro. Wait, this way now? Yeah, I walked around the track. Past that Topi there, came down here. You didn't see me from there, you didn't see me. Saying is, yes. So you all have been in the same spot, same kind of thing. You haven't moved? Huh? Supposed to start at 8.
All ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Adam Naidu off to a fantastic start. Use Yasat in 2nd place. Juliana Ciara, Bono Mafakate in 4th place, trying to make up a bit of ground. Keep an eye on Mafakate. He's been putting on a huge amount of pressure to Juliana Ciara, who is really on a charge at this point. Adam Naidu trying to open up to get away from Use Yasat as quick as possible. Mafakate trying going up on the inside of Juliana, not able to make it. So let's see how it's going to turn out. It is a battle of CCs at the moment for 3rd and 4th. Giuliano just keeping ahead. Bono Mafakate tried going up on the inside, not able to do it. Little man really trying everything he can, but Juliana Ciara making it very, very difficult as they make their way around the circuit. It is getting a bit cooler. It's getting a little bit slippery out there, and that's going to take into consideration of how hard they can push through the corners. Mafakate losing a bit of time. And as we take a look back up to the front, we can see Yasat, who is trying to close down on Adam Naidu. Adam Naidu leading out for the 85cc. Yusat second on the 85cc's and second overall. So let's see how it's all going to work out. Giuliano trying to make a little bit of time as well. Trying to do everything he can to close down Mono Mafakate, getting into the toe and really putting on a hard charge. But yellow flags are being shown just as they come up the hill. So that's going to mean they have to slow down into the braking zone. And that tells me it's by the aeroplane that there would be an issue. As we keep an eye on Mafakate. Hard under braking. He's going to come off the gas. As yellow flags are being waved. Mafakate down. Giuliano down. Giuliano down. Trying to pick up that 85cc. And Mafakate trying to get himself going. But with yellow flags being waved, there was getting a little bit slippery. Both of them going and having a slide out. Adam Naidu up in first place. And first of the 85s, having a great run. He's trying to pull away and keep up the momentum. But with Giuliano and Mafakate both coming down, they've lost out a serious amount of time. And we saw Lorenzo and Keaton Diaga had a great time getting past. Adam Naidu making his way up and just trying to carry as much momentum as possible at this point. He's looking to really keep it going. Here comes Adam Naidu coming across in shot. He's getting chased down by Yusat. But now change up for third and fourth place. And take a look at these two going and slugging it out. And that looks to be Keaton Diaga having a bit of a go with Lorenzo DuPont. Lorenzo trying everything he can. Keaton Diaga on that 101 bike, really slugging his way through. Lorenzo DuPont chasing him down in fourth place, carrying through as they make their way, heading towards the infield. And it's all out charge for these two, but Keaton Diaga not backing down. Lorenzo trying to keep as much pressure onto the back of him as possible as he gets into the toe, into the double right-hander. Keaton a little bit too slow as they get the power through. Absolutely phenomenal stuff going on, but what a change-up. So at the moment, Adam Naidu leads out the field with Yusat in second place. Keaton Diaga, Lorenzo DuPont, Tristan Swart, Giuliano Ciara in sixth place. Seventh place is Joe Lowe. Mafakate fallen way down the order. But as we keep a battle on screen at the moment, that is Keaton Diaga and Lorenzo DuPont. With 3 laps to go, that's Mafakate on screen. He's keeping ahead of, that looks to be Daniel Yasat, who is chasing him down. Daniel going a little bit early onto the brakes, and they've just been warned that there is a change of surface out into the corner. So that was the reason for Daniel to actually come off the throttle a little bit earlier, taking a more cautious approach. And Mafakate trying to keep ahead. Daniel Yasat not giving up just yet, trying to get into the toe, pulling himself along. As our riders really start pushing the boundaries, track getting colder and colder. And it's going to make life a little bit trickier as we go on, because next up is going to be our Masters and Grandmasters. And you can be sure they're keeping an eye on this, especially the change of surface is going to change things up a little bit for them. Mafakate keeping ahead of Daniel Yasat at the moment, starting to open up a little bit more of a gap. Adam Naidu making his way through. Muse Yasut in second place. Keaton Diaga in third. Lorenzo DuPont in fourth place. And there's Adam Naidu flying past our screen. He is now starting his final lap at this point with Muse Yasut in second place. And Adam Naidu having a phenomenal run at this point. Couple of corners to go, and he will be taking 3 wins for the day and bagging some very, very valuable points for his championship on the 85 and debut championship run. Really keeping the power down. It's got to be a bit cautious. It isn't over until it's over. You got to cross the line. He's taking a little bit easy. Muse Yasut trying to make up a bit of ground. Every single one of the riders just going and hanging as much cable as possible. Down the hill, Adam getting around one of the back markers on the 65s. And it looks like one of the riders actually stranded on the inside as well. Is going to be retiring the race. But checkered flag at the ready. Here comes our leader, first in the 85s, first overall, 3 for 3. And walking away with the overall victory, Adam Naidu coming across the line. Second place will be Muse Yasut, second of the 85s and second overall, setting the fastest lap time right at the end, a 1:20.85, which is absolutely incredible stuff. As we wait for third place, Keaton Diaga and Lorenzo DuPont to come by. They would be finishing up in third and fourth respectively. And it does look like Keaton Diaga getting ahead of Lorenzo DuPont right at the line. So first to the 65s, Keaton Diaga and Lorenzo DuPont going to be rather happy with that little victory. So taking a look at our provisional results, Adam Naidu in first place. Muse Yasut in second place, followed by Keaton Diaga, Lorenzo DuPont, Juliana Ciara, Joe Lowe, Tristan Swart, Jordan Chunstrom, Bono Mafakati, Daniel Yasut, Quandre Pohita in 11th place. Going and rounding out our field. Absolutely phenomenal stuff for their Heat 3. Done and dusted. And that was our SM Junior 65 and 85. Next up is going to be our Masters and Grandmasters. Don't go anywhere. As we're nearing the end of our race day, sadly, I mean, can we have more racing? It's absolutely phenomenal to see these riders going out. And, well, I can't wait before we head to the end and we see our SM1s and SM1Ss close off the day in usual hooligan fashion.
One cheese roll. How does Ruan take a piss? So he's clearly right as daylight there. Boy. Somebody sound like they got a miss, bro. Why is the yellow flag out? What does the yellow mean? Take another lap, boys. Huh? For shit. Come on, let's try to get this guy. Tonight? We might be working with Vernon again tomorrow. To go and finish the other shit we didn't do. What didn't we finish? We put earth spikes. I thought you said he was going to do that in the week. Didn't get a chance, I don't think. Yeah, but I passed his house, we still have to run cable from the converter to the DV. Just there, need to cover. Work, but no pay. The job that must be finished, though. Coming? You coming? Yeah, I've got 26 rand in my bank account.
Whistle blown, Masters and Grandmasters. One of the bikes rolling forward and away they go. And that might have been Michael Lowe that moved forward. So Werner Linde trying to get a good start. Christian Calvillo trying to chase him down. Mark Newland as well getting into the fight. But Werner up ahead in first place. Christian Calvillo right behind him. Mark Newland trying to make up a little bit of ground. Sean Peterson off to a great start. Terence Charles also making up a bit of ground off the start. But Werner getting ahead of Christian Calvillo. Once he try and make an impact, the bikes had to go around just to warm up their tires, and it shows you how cold it is getting here. It's getting darker, so for everyone that's got a tinted visor or a tinted goggles, they're going to be battling a little bit more. Those apexes are going to be disappearing into the shadows. And Christian Calvillo going a little bit easier this time, and it's allowed Mark Newland to get right behind him. Christian Calvillo losing out time, which tells me he hasn't got much heat in those tires. It's not as much as he wants at this point. Just not getting the grip into the corners under braking. Well, Linda is up ahead in first place, looking to go and stretch his lead away from Christian Calvello. So as it stands, Linda in first place, Christian Calvello in second, along with Mark Newland, Sean Peterson, all chasing down. That is our right down to fourth place. Tom Litz in fifth, trying to make up a bit of ground. But Christian Calvello, you can see, after having a phenomenal run in Heat 1 and Heat 2, now way back down the order, and Mark Newland going and saying, thank you, let's have a race. I'm going to put a bit of pressure on you. Going right up behind him into the toe. Got a bit of heat in those tires, able to get on the throttle, goes on the inside under braking, not able to make it happen. Christian going and closing it off. Mark Newland trying his luck once again into the double apex at the top of the hill on the way down. It looks like Calvello just not able to get onto the brakes as much as he wants to. And it's not, the tires are just not working with him at this point. Newland doing everything he can to try and make up a little bit of ground onto Calvello, constantly up against the rear fender. And it does look like Christian's getting a little bit more of a drive now, trying to make up some time to close down on the back of Linda. Remember, they have got a shortened time. It is an 8-lap race. Was an 8-lap race. It's now been put down to 6 laps, and Mark Newland knows this, and he wants to try and make up as many points as possible. So the best way to do it is getting past Christian Calvello as quick as possible. 4 laps to go, and now the clock is ticking down. Newland still right up against the back, goes late on the brakes, trying everything he can. A little bit of a lock-up though, and it just allowed Calvello to also have a bit of a run. As the guys make their way through the hill. Mark getting right onto the rear wheel of Christian at this point, constantly charging on. Looks up on the inside, not able to do it. Christian locking it off and making sure he can't get any ground. As our riders now battling their way through. Definitely cooling down. You can see the guys battling a little bit more with grip as they're sliding around under braking. Just not able to get the same bite as what they need. A little bit further back though, Sean Peterson and Tom Litz going and having a good go at one another. Tom really feeling that Sean Peterson is holding him up ever so slightly, and now he's trying to hunt down where can he get by. Looks for the inside, looks for the outside, gets into the toe. Sean Peterson losing out, going out a little bit wide. That's allowed Tom to get into the toe. Tom moving around. Sean Peterson holding just ahead of Tom Litz. Gets a little bit squirrely under braking. Takes a look behind him. Tom trying to go around the outside, not able to make it happen as they battle their way through. A hard charge between the two as they slide their way around, trying to figure out grip. And take a look as Tom takes a big look on the inside of Sean Peterson. Wasn't able to make it stick, but is definitely having a good run. Back up through the field for second and third place, Christian Calvello just keeping ahead of Mark Newland. Mark trying everything he can, gets into the toe, draws himself a little bit closer, but is not able to get the same drive that is necessary to boot himself up through the field. Throwing the bike around, doing everything he can, looks to the inside, just couldn't make it stick. Now trying to go once again under braking. Calvello just going and touching the ground a little bit more. Now trying to balance himself out. That's allowed Mark Newland to get right behind him. Bernard Linder doing a 114.8. Christian Calvello a 116.1. And Mark Newland a 116.0 as his quickest time. Mark Newland was actually faster on the last lap, 116.1. Christian Calvello a 116.2. You can see Newland trying that inside line constantly, goes hard on the brakes, just not able to make it stick. As they fight their way through, the race is starting to get to a point. It's drawing to a close, and these riders know they've got to do it. 1 lap to go, and Werner Linde out in first place. Christian Carvello in second. Mark Newland in third place, trying to chase down Sean Peterson and Tom It's still going at one another along the Vaughan Bronkhorst and Terence Charles, trying to make up a bit of ground. But the battle for second is now starting to stretch out a little bit. Christian Carvello trying to get away from Mark Newland, knowing the threat that Mark can pose to him at this point and influence the overall race results. If Mark manages to get by, heading up the hill, it just looks like Mark has got no life left in those tires, sliding out as they make their way around the circuit. Werner Linde looking to try and go for first place, getting a win for heat number 3. Second is still open cards. Christian Carvello and the likes of Mark Newland. Flag comes out. So taking the win for heat number 3 is Werner Linde. Second place, Christian Carvello, followed by Mark Newland. And it does look like Tom Moritz getting ahead of Sean Bronkhorst, Sean Peterson, Vaughan Bronkhorst finishing up in 6th place. 7th is Terence Charles. And a little bit of a slide out. One of our riders going and sliding out right at the last. Big thumbs up though. Across the line. I think that's Werner that may have come off. Just trying to take a look. That's actually Vaughan Bronkhorst. They're coming off. Mark Newland stopping, check if he's all okay. And, Vaughan came across the line. Big smile on his face. Double thumbs up. Absolutely incredible stuff. Let's take a look at the provisional results. First place going to Werner Linde. Christian Carvello in second place. Mark Newland in third. Followed by Tom Moritz, Sean Peterson, Vaughan Bronkhorst, and Terence Charles rounding out the field for heat number 3. And some great sportsmanship coming from our Masters and Grandmasters, the original hooligans, going and doing well here at Formula K, and honestly having a phenomenal run at it. Next up though is going to be our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors, so don't go anywhere. And remember, whoever comes across the line and takes the overall victory for our 150 Cup will get 5,000 Rand. If you're in the 150 Senior, you'll get 10,000 Rand cash given to you today. So it's all on the cards who will be able to walk away with their overall. Find out next.
Now it's going to be a loud one. Dude, this one was an excellent. The loud ones are big boys. They fly, bro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors. First place, Caden Robert, followed by Diego DuPont, Troy Tonkin, Honor Erasmus, Tyler Morgan, Jared J. Pinn, Adam Naidu, Clinton Seller, Tabang Keshwa, Aston Nesbitt, Lewis DuPont, Dun Tungstrom, along with Guy Wilson and Tag Jans van Rensburg, rounding out the field.
Messi didn't even come out for this race, huh? It's hippie. Again. This morning. Yes, fault.
And away they go. Our 150's off to a phenomenal start. That's the 150 Cup. And Caden Robert off to a phenomenal start. Now our 150 Seniors come launching across. As they make up a little bit more momentum. Our Seniors making their way through turn 1. Now everything's going to be a little bit cooler, so guys have to be very, very aware. Caden Robert feeling the pressure, and that looks to be Diego DuPont right up against the back of him. Diego hoping to get a little bit more pressure put on to Caden Roberts and try and swap around. Go for that first place. Clint Zeller is starting to open up and get close to the 150 Cup. As they make their way around the circuit. Caden Robert being a little bit loose under braking. That's allowing Diego to close down underneath him as they get the power put on. And just in shot as well, you can see Clint Seller closing down on the 150 Cup. He's first of the 150 Senior and has got right from the top and doing everything he can to close down. Tabang Keshwa also doing everything he can, but under braking, Caden Roberts just narrowly keeping ahead of Diego DuPont. Diego looks for the inside line, unable to do it. Caden Robert going on the defensive. This is first for our 150 Cup. Making their way through a little bit back. Jared J. followed by Troy Tonkin, Tyler Morgan. Clint Seller up into first place overall and first of the 150 Seniors. As they get a little bit more drive. Clint Seller now starting to carve his way through right up against the back of Troy Tonkin. He's gone past Tyler Morgan. Looks on the inside, backs out of it. Yellow flags waving though. Yellow flags. And one of the bikers actually coming off and retiring the car. Retiring the bike. And yellow flag, that is, I think that's Troy Tonkin that's down, that's trying to get himself organized. So Troy Tonkin going and having a problem. Back up to our leaders though, Caden Roberts. Getting ahead of Diego. Diego constantly putting in pressure. Clint Seller, who was originally battling with Troy Tonkin, may have just influenced a little bit there. So Troy Tonkin slowed up, slid out, and that's it. Now trying to claw his way back through, but it's affecting his overall result. Diego DuPont into the toe, trying to pull himself along. White flag's waving. Now, for anyone that doesn't know what a white flag is, it means slow moving bike on circuit. You can see one of the riders moving right out of the way, not wanting to go and get involved with that. That might have been Honor Erasmus actually that slowed up. There is Caden getting ahead of Diego. Clint Seller currently lying in third place overall. First for the Seniors, trying to make his way through. And that is Honor Erasmus, that was the slower rider. He's doing so well, but unfortunately something's gone on with him. Caden Robert trying to keep ahead of Diego. Clint Seller closing down as they work their way down the hill. The track has cooled down significantly for all the riders. And they're going to have to try manage their tyre temperatures, keeping it all in check as they slide around, not getting sufficient enough grip as what they had earlier today. Diego looks for the inside line, constantly putting pressure. Caden Robert doing everything he can to try and get ahead. His teammate, Clint Seller, slowly closing down on them. Now is Clint Seller going to get involved in the fight and cause a little bit of problem? Is he going to back off and let the two youngsters go for it? Trying to get a little bit more of a drive, gets into the toe, pulling himself along. Dives up on the inside. Diego not putting too much of a fight there, going to utilize the toe. And now it's Clint Seller to deal with Caden Roberts. Caden trying everything he can to maintain. I don't think he realized Clint Seller is lurking around him. Clint managing to get the drive down the straight, but losing it out ever so slightly. So Caden now doing everything he can to keep the momentum. Clint Seller going and being a little bit of an influence here. Diego DuPont now has got a problem to deal with Clint Seller just ahead. But Caden Roberts has got his teammate who's not going to cause too much of a hassle at this point and is going to play the long game. Caden Robert first of the 150 Cup. Clint Seller first of the 150 Seniors. Dives on the inside. Forces Caden Robert out. Caden tried leaning in. And Clint Seller was just there. Now Caden tried coming back and gets his nose chopped off. It's turning into a monstrous race. Caden taking risks at this point to try and get ahead of Clint Seller as they battle their way through. You just got to learn not to get into a fight with another class, but it's so difficult. The racing mentality is you just want to be first the whole time. Clint Seller out in first place, first of the seniors and first overall with his teammates. Caden Roberts in second place overall, first of the 150 Cup. But Diego DuPont slowly closing down the gap. So Caden Roberts got to be so cautious with this as Diego now sees Caden Roberts starting to battle as we see him through the corner, battling to get the bike back up. As they fight their way through. 2 laps to go though, and it's all or nothing for heat number 3. This is for the day. So they're trying to maximize their run. Clint Seller trying to get a little bit more momentum to pull away. Caden Roberts starting to feel the pressure. Diego closing down on him. As they start their final lap. Riders starting to feel the pain. Our leader's starting to catch up to one of the slow riders, and I think it's still Honor Erasmus still circulating. Honor Erasmus is battling, and he just wants to cross a line. It's going to maximize as many points as possible for his championship. Clint Seller diving up on the inside. Caden Roberts also now trying to follow suit as they get into the toe. Caden Robert trying to battle his way, goes around the outside while in the back mark. It's very risky in doing so as they make their way past the airplane. Clint Seller is currently in first place, and you can see just soaking up his ride. Caden Robert coming by. Diego DuPont still pushing as hard as he can. Clint Seller coming into the infield is now just taking a look. Couple of corners to go. Hard on to the brakes. All he needs to do is keep the momentum. Caden Robert also trying to follow suit. Diego DuPont pushing as hard as he can, but it's a little bit far back. 2 corners to go. And here comes Clint Seller taking the checkered flag. First overall and first in the 150 Seniors. Second place and first overall for the 150 Cup is Caden Robert. Second for the 150 Cup and third overall is Diego DuPont. Van Keshwa up into 4th place, followed by Aston Nares, but Tyler Morgan, Troy Tonkin down into 7th place. Absolutely phenomenal running from our riders as we take a look at the provisional results. Our 150 Cup and 150 Senior. Vincella in first place, followed by Caden Robert, Diego DuPont, Aston Nesbitt, Taban Kweshwa, Tyler Morgan, Troy Tonkin in 7th place. 8th place goes to Doon Tunstall, followed by Jared J. Penn, Guy Wilson, Bono Rasmus limped the bike around, and managing to finish up in 11th place. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with our 150 Cup and 150 Seniors done, next up will be our SM Junior 50cc, and then we'll be moving on. After the SM Junior 50cc will be the final race of the day, our SM1 and SM1S. It has gotten a lot colder here in Benoni. It's gotten darker, and now the challenge is on. Who will be able to grab the checker flag at the end for our SM Junior 50cc and our SM1 and SM1S?
I think the next one is Smoke Kids. The big boys. Them little fucking what are these? Like one shot? Everybody putting out those things. Yep. Painful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our SM Junior 50cc's, Ethan de Freitas in first place, Keaton Diaga in second, Blake Robert, Joe Lowe, Quandre Porchita, Monitz Otten rounding out the field for their final heat. And it is going to be a bit of a chilly one for them, a little bit darker than planned, but it is going to provide a very unique challenge for these youngsters as they have to deal with cooler conditions, a little bit darker, gains a whole lot of experience, that's for sure, because now it's not just warm weather and light that you can just deal with. Now a little bit darker, finding those apexes is going to be a little bit trickier. Ethan de Vries is off to a fantastic start, and it does look like Keaton Diaga and Blake Robert are going to do battle once again. Joe Lowe, Quandre Porchita also having a great run. Monitz Otten actually getting a good run as well, trying to move up. Monitz Otten hoping to get a little bit more of a charge as they make their way up the hill. Blake Robert chasing down. You can see Keaton Diaga also getting involved in the battle. Ethan de Vries not pulling away this time, and is going to be dealing with a huge battle. Blake Roberts sending it and managing to get past Keaton Diaga. Keaton coming back at him. Blake trying to lean a little bit to to go and force Keaton
At least they
Diaga
make
to
the
back
kick
out.
strike shorter. Fuck. At least they make the
And
kick
you can
strike
see
shorter.
how hard our rider's going. Monitz Otten going and sliding out.
Make it shorter.
Yeah, they already.
As we keep an eye on first, second and third. As they make their way down to turn 2. And there's Monitz Otten, unfortunately, a little bit of a slide. Now trying to get the bike up and going, but yellow flags are waving. So depending if they can get that bike up and going, the yellows will stay out, which means no overtaking. Ethan de Vries, who's leading, will not be able to get overtaken. Blake Robert having to back out of it. He was going for the pass, but just wasn't able to get it by. And that's allowed Keaton Diaga to get right up onto the back of him. Side by side, Joe Lowe and Condre Pulkita also getting involved in the fight as they make their way through. It is close racing all around, but yellow flags play a big role in everything. So as our SM Juniors 50cc's go and battle it out, Monitz Otten managing to get going. Ethan de Vries breaking away from the likes of Blake Roberts and Keaton Diaga. Keaton trying to close it down. Ethan de Vries actually a little bit slower this time around, and that's allowed Blake to get right onto the back of him. Keaton Diaga getting into the toe. Blake sends it up on the inside. Can he make it stick? And does so. Blake Robert gets past Ethan de Vries, losing our time. Keaton Diaga coming by from first to third. Not the way he planned. And now Blake doing everything he can to try and pull away Keaton Diaga into the toe as he makes his way around the circuit, hard onto the brakes. Just not able to get ahead of Blake Robert. Blake making it dead known that he will not back out of this. Keaton Diaga trying everything he can to get in the toe. Ethan de Vries is looking to try and fight back as they make their way through. Ethan de Vries trying to go around the outside, not able to make it stick. Keaton doing everything he can to go on the attack and on the defense. At this point, Blake Robert going out a little bit wide, losing the momentum. That's allowed Keaton Diaga to try his luck. Backs out of it. He was trying to do the big dive, but wasn't able to get close enough to make it happen. Ethan de Vries is now getting involved in the fight. Head down for all three of them. A little bit further back, we do have the battle going on between Jolo and Condre Pulkita that are trying to make up a little bit of ground. But Blake Robert so far ahead, now looking to put on the charge. As there is 2 laps to go, Blake Robert has it all on the cards for him. Keaton Diaga, Ethan de Vries. Keaton tried going on the inside. Blake Robert going and forcing him to slow down. Ethan de Vries going and making up a bit of time. Blake Robert losing a bit of time though through the corner. That's allowed Ethan to close up. Keaton trying his luck, tries to go for the inside line. Not able to make it stick. Really getting into the toe now, pulling himself along. Ethan de Vries onto the rear fender of Keaton Diaga. The 3 of them slugging it out. Blake, Keaton and Ethan all showing what they can do. Keaton trying to do everything possible to maintain second place and go on the attack. 1 lap to go though, and it's Blake Robert to try and hold the position as they catch Monitz Otten just ahead of them. Otten now having to try and figure out how is he going to let these 3 go by. Blake trying to figure out how can he get past. Gets caught out though. So does Keaton and Ethan. Ethan going around the outside of Otten, moving up into second place. Keaton getting caught out. Blake managing to open up a slight gap at this point. Hard onto the brakes. Ethan doing everything he can to try and get into the toe. Keaton Diaga doing everything he can to try and close down the gap. Blake really trying everything to maintain first place. He knows that he's got 3 corners to make it stick. Opens up a slight gap. Ethan de Vries is doing everything he can. 2 flags, 2 corners into the flag. And Blake Robert ahead, followed by Keaton Diaga, Ethan de Vries, and a little bit further back, Joe Lowe and Condre Pulkita running out in 5th place. 6th going to Monitz Otten, managing to restart the bike and rejoin the race. Absolutely fantastic to see. There is our provisional results. Blake Roberts, Ethan De Freitas, Keaton De Jager, Joe Lowe, Quandre Porchita, and Monitz Otten rounding out the field. And Keaton De Jager actually doing the fastest lap time in the race, a 51.649. Next up is going to be our final heat of the day, and it is going to be our hooligans heading out onto the circuit, our SM1 and SM1S. What is going to happen? We don't know. All we know is the hooligans are being unleashed for the final time here in Benoni at Formula K for round number 3 of the SA Short Circuit Series. Don't go anywhere.
Stop tearing that boy up and send him with the umbrella, brother. Weather's coming in. Yeah, but there's raindrops and shit on this camera, bro. That's why I want the umbrella.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our SM1 and SM1S, the final heat of the day. Their final heat, the final time we're going to see these guys going and creating absolute chaos here in Benoni at Formula K. First place, Aston Nesbitt, followed by Ryan van Niekerk, Hunter Dreyer, Werner Linde, Christian Carvello, Brandon Hickelman, Lewis DuPont in 7th place. Michael Lowe and Tag Janssen van Rensburg rounding out the grid. It is going to be an exciting one. The BMW being our safety car, and while the safety car was slowly pulling in, our hooligans decide they're going to do a stoppie right in front of it just to show off what that can be. Warming up the front brake, so why not look cool while warming up your brakes? There we go. Lined up on the line, wait for the lights. When the lights go out for the final time here at Formula K, revving it up, and away they go. Hunter Dreyer off to a flying start, diving on the inside, 3 wide into turn 1, and Hunter Dreyer getting underneath the likes of Ryan van Niekerk and Aston Nesbitt. Hunter Dreyer, from going in third place and returning, has now just gone and shot ahead of the two that were battling out for first in Heat 1 and Heat 2. Now, I don't know whether the surgery on the eyes has done anything, but he has now given up, hanging back. Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk now trying everything they can to make a little bit of movement. Hunter Dreyer out in first place with a phenomenal start. Has got Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk, but now Aston Nesbitt is playing piggy in the middle. And taking a look, Hunter Dreyer coming across with Aston Nesbitt in second against Van Rensburg. Currently, sorry, that's Ryan van Niekerk in third as they battle their way around. Hunter Dreyer not backing down from this, and I don't know what they did to Hunter Dreyer's bike or who said what, but Hunter Dreyer has decided enough is enough and now has flipped the script on Aston Nesbitt and Ryan van Niekerk. So Aston Nesbitt pushing harder, try and go up on the inside, gets pushed off a little bit, and Aston Nesbitt now doing everything he can. Ryan van Niekerk starting to drop off the pace a little bit. Further back, Christian Cavello and Vernon Linder doing battle. Hunter Dreyer up on the inside. Aston Nesbitt doing everything he can. Hunter Dreyer forcing Aston out wide. Runs out a little bit wide, but Aston Nesbitt slowing up, and Ryan van Niekerk now getting involved into the fight. This is absolutely tremendous and honestly unexpected. Ryan van Niekerk now seeing Aston Nesbitt has to go onto the attack and the defense. Aston Nesbitt realizing he's in a horrible position right now, chasing his way through. Hunter Dreyer not giving up, going and defending the position, locking down that inside line. So far, Hunter Dreyer's last lap time was a 1:14.2. Aston Nesbitt a 1:13.9. Ryan van Niekerk a 1:13.7. So Hunter Dreyer is actually slowing up Aston Nesbitt just enough for Ryan van Niekerk. Comes across the nose. Aston Nesbitt trying to go around the outside, not able to do it. The frustration must be building up. Aston Nesbitt is quicker, but Hunter Dreyer has decided he's going to challenge us, slides it in at the top. Aston Nesbitt trying to go underneath him, Ryan van Niekerk. But Aston Nesbitt, I won't lie, pulling a little bit of a move on Hunter Dreyer, forcing him towards the dirt, and Ryan van Niekerk following suit. Now Ryan van Niekerk's into the charge. This is turning into quite a race, and Aston Nesbitt, after having to get a little bit more elbows out, dealing with Ryan van Niekerk now, who also gets a little bit squeamish under braking, but Hunter Dreyer is still in there. He's not gone. Hunter on his last lap was 1:14.6. Ryan van Niekerk second place 1:13.6 and 60, sorry, which is actually faster than Aston Nesbitt, but Aston had to take the challenge and get past. Hunter Dreyer now closing onto the back of Ryan van Niekerk as they make their way through into the toe, trying to power their way through. And you can see these young riders giving Aston Nesbitt, the defending champion, a run for his money as they power their way around the track. Nesbitt starting to open up a little bit of a gap. Dreyer starting to drop off and lose a bit of time as they make their way into the infield. Aston Nesbitt up into first place. Ryan van Niekerk in second, trying to challenge. As we watch our riders make their way through. We take a look just in camera shot. Christian Calvello and Werner Linde going and taking their fight from the Masters and Grandmasters up against one another once again into turn 2. Now we've got our leaders making their way through to the top. Aston Nesbitt still ahead of Ryan van Niekerk, focusing on just keeping up the momentum. Hunter Dreyer starting to lose a bit of time as they make their way through. And a little bit further back for 4th and 5th place is Christian Calvello. Werner Linde side by side between the two of them. Calvello just having enough momentum to keep ahead of Linde. Christian and Werner are going to battle their way around. Hard onto the brakes. And you can see Linde doing everything he can to get onto the back as they power their way through. With 4 laps to go, and that looks to be, that's Werner Linde. Werner Linde has come off and is dropping down the order. Christian Calvello going and seeing that Werner has come off. But take a look at Aston Nesbitt, best time 112.2, and his last lap time was 112.6. Ryan van Niekerk 112.8. So Ryan van Niekerk trying everything he can. Aston Nesbitt doing everything he can to try and draw down Christian Calvello. Starting to feel pressure from Lewis de Pont. Lewis trying to get a little bit closer, but Aston Nesbitt starting to feel it as time goes on. 3 laps to go. He is in first place, but it is getting darker, it is getting cooler. The wind's starting to pick up once again, and that may come into effect and slow him down for Ryan van Niekerk to start gaining out a bit of time. And the defending champion realizing that he was in a compromising position, now trying to open up the gap. Ryan van Niekerk currently in 2nd place, sliding his way around. Last lap time was a 1:13.3, a lot slower than Aston Nesbitt. Last lap time was a 1:11.4. And as they make their way, that looks to be the likes of Joe Lowe coming off the throttle and allowing our leaders to make their way around without causing too much interference. Ryan van Niekerk really trying to close down the gap to Aston Nesbitt as much as possible. I think Aston's just done enough to keep himself ahead. As our riders slide their way down. Also just getting onto the power, and as they go over the hill, lifting the front wheel. Just everything lightens up, and you got to hang on to it. You got to start steering with the rear instead of your front tire. And it's all about just getting on the power and just getting the bike all settled down as our racers get told 1 more lap to go. Our leader, Aston Nesbitt, now weaving his way up the hill and is managing to open up a little bit more of a run. Doing an absolutely phenomenal job of getting away, but Ryan van Niekerk is only 3 seconds behind, and I don't think Aston Nesbitt knows that. If he comes off the throttle, Ryan van Niekerk has a chance to go and get close to him. Aston really focusing on the charge, trying to make his way through, now weaving his way down the hill onto the pit straight, going and sliding his way around, heading towards the infield, knowing that there's only 4 corners to go. Little bit of a lift, hard onto the brakes, slides the bike around. Checker flag at the ready as our riders come through. Aston Nesbitt taking the win for the SM1 and SM1S. 2nd place going to Ryan van Niekerk. 3rd place, now I've really got to take my hats off to Hunter Dreyer, taking 3rd place. And wow, really going and throwing in the spanner in the works for Ryan van Niekerk and Aston Nesbitt. As our riders make their way through to finish the end, soaking up all the fun they've had here at Formula K. It's been absolutely amazing. There's the sportsmanship from Aston Nesbitt, Ryan van Niekerk and Hunter Dreyer all getting to one another. And let's take a look at the provisional results. That's going to come up. And a bit of wheelies in the background. Aston Nesbitt followed by Ryan van Niekerk, Hunter Dreyer, Christian Calvello, Brandon Hickelman, Werner Linder, Lewis DuPont, Michael Lowe going in, rounding out the field for our SM1 and SM1S. And you can see Aston Nesbitt breathing a sigh of relief after the start of the race. I think made him sweat quite a bit. And what a way to end it off with our hooligans showing off what they can do. And well, Aston Nesbitt, I think, getting a little bit too excited and missing the entire corner, venturing off onto the wrong part of the circuit. As our riders make their way through. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to have some fantastic, as we've got to interview a couple of celebrities. They're going down. Before they get away, we have to get a chat with them and get a feel of what they think of the SA Short Circuit Series. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Follow our social media out on Facebook and Instagram at the SA Short Circuit Series. It is not to be missed. And we can't wait to see how it all changes as we head to round 4 later. And we head to Polokwane. As I said, don't wait up for all the interviews coming up. Big thank you to all our sponsors for all the hard work and being a part of our series. It's been absolutely a phenomenal run for round number 3, and it's only going to get better. Next up, though, we're going to be heading to Polokwane on the 24th of June. So, guys, make sure you mark the date. Polokwane, 24th of June, and Polokwane is always an absolute party.
Okay, so can we unplug,
everyone.
pack up, what's the case?
Done. Pack up it.
Lekker, man.